Clear your calendar this Friday night because DeSoto Duncanville week has arrived. And for the 5th straight year, you can watch the game live for free on Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus as two of the brand name high school football programs in America go head to head. Every year, this game is one of the premier scenes in all of Texas high school football, and this year will be no different. Superstar recruits and future college football stars will be all over the field, and people will stop at nothing to get a chance to witness the action. Friendly advice, don't stand on a truck. Just watch the game on WFAA+. When you tune in, you will see some wide receiver play that is truly off the charts. DeSoto senior Ethan "Booby" Feaster was once upon a time the #1 wide receiver in America in the class of 2027. This past January, he decided to skip a year of high school and get to USC faster. And now he's merely a top 10 receiver in the class of 2026. Special talent and fun to watch. For Duncanville, Trenton Yancey, another 4-star wide receiver, and he's got dozens of offers himself to all of the biggest programs in the country. Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Texas, Oregon, you name it, and he is a problem for opposing defenses. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+, DeSoto and Duncanville. Download WFAA+ to your smart TV for free. And after the game, check out Friday Night Football 5th Quarter, our post-game show with highlights from all around North Texas. 10:40 Friday night, only on WFAA+.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila. Live tonight, the game of the week on WFAA+. It's a big one. DeSoto Eagles versus the Duncanville Panthers at Panther Stadium in Duncanville. Again, you can watch this game live starting at 6:50. Our Mike Leslie will have pregame coverage and he'll call the game live. And we have other games on WFAA+ that you can watch as well. No matter what game it is you're going to tonight for Friday Night Football, the weather looks pretty nice. On the warm side for kickoff with temperatures in the lower 80s, but as the sun sets, it's actually going to be a really nice evening. We'll fall into the middle 70s by 9 p.m. So I would say that's near perfect weather for football across the area. And just another note for football, as tomorrow is a big game across the area. Of course, we have the Red River rivalry out at the Cotton Bowl. It looks like a very warm day with highs again near 90 degrees and lots of sunshine. But again, tonight for Friday Night Football live on WFAA+. The weather looks spectacular. Enjoy.
This week on Friday Night Football, DeSoto at Duncanville in the preeminent Texas high school football event there is every regular season. Records, rankings, none of that matters. What matters is there is more college-level talent on the field this week than there will be at most any game anywhere across the country this fall. And they'll go head-to-head in a game you can watch live for free on WFAA+ Friday night at 7. And if we're going to talk about this game, we have to talk about this kid, Ethan "Booby" Feaster, the wide receiver for DeSoto. He is spectacular, truly one of the elite receivers to ever come through the state of Texas. Booby Feaster has been something of a folk legend for years now. As he was coming up through the youth football ranks, those who know would whisper about, you got to see this kid, Booby Feaster. Then he got to DeSoto and immediately made an impact. 9 touchdowns as a freshman, 13 more last year as a sophomore, and then in February he reclassified from the class of 27 to the class of 26 because he knew, like everyone does, that he's ready for the college game already. So he's headed to USC next season to begin his collegiate career and start preparing for what he certainly hopes is a future playing on Sundays. He's the kid you've got to see this week on Friday Night Football. But this week, He is absolutely not alone because there's another wideout you have to see playing for Duncanville. Trenton Yancey, a four-star prospect himself and a superstar talent that is getting his chance to be the go-to guy this season. Yancey has dozens of offers to mull over before he graduates in 27, and in the meantime, he's been virtually impossible to stop on the outside for this Duncanville offense. If you like wide receiver play, this is the game for you because these two kids are going to be all over the place on Friday night. DeSoto and Duncanville, 7 p.m. on Friday Night Football. Watch live for free on WFAA+.
Hey everybody, my name is Reagan Roy and I am joined today by Grayson Singleton, the host of Locked on SMU. Grayson, thank you so much for hopping on this call with me today to chat. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing? Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you. Yes, it's in the trenches of high school football season. It's a crazy time.
Love it.
It's the most wonderful time of the year in Texas. So
Absolutely.
Okay, we know that the Dallas area is going to be hosting one of the biggest matchup in Texas, if not the biggest matchup in the nation, with DeSoto and Duncanville on Friday night. But what I kind of wanted to pick your brain about and talk with you about are some of those star players who are going to be suiting up. You know, last year we had 34 Division I prospects playing that game last year. And so I don't think there's going to be we're not going to have a short end of talent out there on the field Friday night. So just kind of want to talk about who these guys are and what makes them, these standout, unique athletes that they are. So
absolutely.
First person I kind of want to jump in on is the one that when I first learned about him probably gave me the most, oh my gosh, and that's Ethan Booby Feaster. That he is electric and he is young, which also was probably the biggest shock to me. But what stands out to you most about him whenever you watch his tape?
Well, he is young. He reclassified from the 2027 class to the class of 2026 that he's in now. Four-star guy, consensus across the recruiting industry, committed to USC right now. What stands out to me the most is his combination of size and playmaking ability. 6'2", 180 pounds, so he's already got a body that's built for the next level. But what also is built for the next level, I think, with him is his ability to make plays after the catch. And that's so important in this day and age of football because both high school and college has leaned all the way into the RPO and leaned the run pass option. And because of that, you're going to have guys who can break tackles and, turn a short pass into a long gain. And Booby Feaster can do that. So you combine that with his size and his ability with speed and to break tackles and maneuver around defenders. Man, it makes a lot of sense why he's so unstoppable at the high school level.
Absolutely. And, the fact that he has been recruited by offered by nearly every D1 program in the country. He's ultimately has a hard commit to Lincoln Riley and USC. At the next level, do you see him fitting in more as like a slot receiver or an outside threat when he gets up into the Big Ten next year?
Yeah. I think he could do both, but he is the prototypical outside X wide receiver. Like he is the guy that you can build your receiving room around. The 6'2" frame. He's very good with his releases off the line of scrimmage, and he's a good route runner too. But he also has such great body control around the sideline and in the back of the end zone that makes him the prototypical outside wide receiver. So he can do everything in the route tree. He is great in terms of contested catches, physical at the catch point, and good strong hands. So this isn't a guy that I think you're just going to throw into the slot and say, hey, be a matchup mismatch, as a quick type of guy. No, this is a dude that can take on the best corners in the country and go one-on-one with them and make plays. I mean, he can be a 65, 70 catches a year type of guy at the next level.
Yeah, watching him kind of reminds me of DeCorian Moore, who's playing for the Oregon Ducks now. And, he was at DeSoto last year. So I like, or Duncanville last year, my apologies. But I see so many similarities between those two and just the talent that comes out of that area. And the fact that he's, like you said, he's so young. He's 16 years old. It makes it, everything he does makes it even more impressive. So,
yes. No, exactly.
Okay, so we've also got Sherrod Baker. He's been a consistent kind of workhorse for DeSoto. What makes him such an effective ball carrier?
His vision. He has really good vision once he gets the ball in terms of finding the holes and knowing when to hit the holes, setting up his blocks and things like that. He is a very slippery dude as well. So even in tight spaces where you're running between the tackles, he's very hard to get a real good shot on. And then obviously he's going to have that speed that all top end running backs are going to have. But just the wiggle that he has and his ability to also run over you as well, because there's not a whole lot of guys with the combination of size and strength and speed and agility. He's got all three of those. 5'11", 195 pounds, can run over you, can run around you. Like that's what makes him so special, is that he can do it all for this DeSoto team.
What? So when these colleges come and look at him, when these recruiters are out, what do you think they should be really paying attention to when they evaluate him? What is going to stand out and be that one thing that he can bring to the team that they may or they may not have at this moment?
Well, he's currently trending toward TCU. He's been trending in the recruiting industry toward TCU for a couple of weeks now, and they've got a creative offensive coordinator in Kendall Briles. And one thing that really stands out about him, is his positional versatility. Now, he plays a lot of running back, but there's a lot of tape where he lines up in the slot as a wide receiver. So he's very good catching the ball out of the backfield. He's good at sensing space in terms of route running he's not the most polished route runner, but he's a running back, so he doesn't need to be. But the fact that he can line up out there and be comfortable and put that on tape, especially with him catching the ball as a wide receiver, if you have a creative offensive coordinator, the sky is the limit for what you can do with this kid because of how versatile he is.
Absolutely. So let's flip to the other side of the field now for Duncanville. I mean, how can you not be an incredible player if your name is Maximus the Great Denson? I mean, that is a lot to wear on your shoulders. Just the name in itself, it's amazing. Absolutely love it. Reminds me of Lil Jordan Humphrey. I wish they would have been on the team together. And that would have just been the best roster ever. But, he's still a young quarterback, but he's been showing plenty of poise this year as a play caller. So what stands out to you most about his play this season so far?
How quickly he processes information and makes quick, good decisions with the football. And you'll see this a lot on tape. And again, you need a quarterback that can do that in the modern age of the RPO-heavy offenses that both high school and college run. You got to be able to make those reads quick and distribute the ball at just even quicker. And he's got a quick release. He's very accurate throwing the ball, whether it's inside the numbers or toward the boundary. He very rarely misses his spot. So when you see a guy that young who can process information that fast and then make the requisite decision even faster, that's going to be something that catches the eye of college scouts. Is he up there in the rankings, in the top rankings, top echelon of the 2027 quarterbacks in Texas? No, he's not there yet. He's still got some polishing as a passer that needs to get done. But in terms of upstairs, which is a big part of playing the position of quarterback, he's got that down.
Okay, and that kind of feeds into my next question, but you kind of touched on that he has not hit that upper echelon of the top tier, top 1% quarterbacks in Texas. We know that quarterbacks in Texas are a rare breed. So what do you think? You said he's got the smarts, just polishing his playing at this time. So if you're evaluating him, if you're looking at him and saying, okay, these are the steps I think he needs to take, and then I think he can be up there with these other elite quarterbacks in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, well, those other elite quarterbacks in the 2027 class, you're talking about Westwood Palestine High School's Kavian Bryant, Flower Mound Marcus's Colton Dustmeyer, who's committed to LSU or trending toward LSU right now. What you're looking at those guys there's an electricity about them that takes their teams over the top. And I don't think Maximus Denson has hit that quite yet. Now, is he athletic? Yes, he is. I think he needs to do a little bit more with the athleticism. And again, there's some mechanical things that need to be polished out in terms of him as a thrower of the football. But he's got the raw talent. He has the raw physical traits at 6'2", 190 pounds, I think is what he's at right now. Strong kid also, too. So he's got the physical makeup and the requisite tools to be that quarterback. There's some mechanical things that need to be ironed out, and I would like to see him use his athleticism as a playmaker a little bit more.
Absolutely. And, there's going to be so many eyes on this game on Friday night, not just in Texas, but across the nation. People wanting to know, how is Feaster going to do when he goes to LA next year? people from across the country are going to be watching this game because it's just got so much appeal to people who just love college football, love high school football. So what do you think these three players can do on Friday night to really stand out and separate themselves from the masses?
Honestly, in our social media driven world these days, it's just make plays. Like just be yourself and make plays. For Booby Feaster, he's going to be a tough cover no matter who goes up against him on the Duncanville Panther side. He's going to be a guy who can win those jump balls. He's going to catch some passes in space and make plays in the open space. If you are if you're the DeSoto running back, excuse me, just continue to wear down that Duncanville defense. And hopefully during the game, as the game wanes and attrition starts to kick in, you can be a guy who gets stronger as the game goes on and make your presence known there. Because Duncanville, known for really good front sevens, front sixes, whatever it happens to be, if you can make your mark on that, that's going to be something that stands out in the national world. And if you're Maximus Denson, man, just continue to distribute the football, do what you do best, make good decisions. Because I'll tell you one thing, coaches at the college level love a quarterback that can process and make good decisions. So if he can continue to do that, that will continue to catch the eyes of more and more prominent people.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. I'm so excited to watch this game. I will be in Alaska, but I will be watching it, streaming it from Alaska on WFAA Plus. So it was great to have you on, and hope we get to talk to you soon again.
Appreciate y'all. Absolutely. Will do. Anytime.
All right. Make sure you guys don't miss our Texas high school football game of the week, the DeSoto Eagles and the Duncanville Panthers. Pre-game coverage will start at 6:50 p.m. So download our app on your smart TV and stream it live for free.
Clear your calendar this Friday night because DeSoto Duncanville week has arrived. And for the 5th straight year, you can watch the game live for free on Friday Night Football on WFAA Plus as two of the brand name high school football programs in America go head to head. Every year, this game is one of the premier scenes in all of Texas high school football, and this year will be no different. Superstar recruits and future college football stars will be all over the field, and people will stop at nothing to get a chance to witness the action. Friendly advice, don't stand on a truck. Just watch the game on WFAA+. When you tune in, you will see some wide receiver play that is truly off the charts. DeSoto senior Ethan Booby Feaster was once upon a time the #1 wide receiver in America in the class of 2027. This past January, he decided to skip a year of high school and get to USC faster. And now he's merely a top 10 receiver in the class of 2026. Special talent and fun to watch. For Duncanville, Trenton Yancey, another 4-star wide receiver, and he's got dozens of offers himself to all of the biggest programs in the country. Alabama, Miami, Notre Dame, Oklahoma, Texas, Oregon, you name it, and he is a problem for opposing defenses. You can watch the game live for free Friday night at 7 on WFAA+, DeSoto and Duncanville. Download WFAA Plus to your smart TV for free. And after the game, check out Friday Night Football 5th Quarter, our post-game show with highlights from all around North Texas. 10:40 Friday night, only on WFAA Plus.
Well, good evening, everybody. I'm meteorologist Jesse Hawila. Live tonight, the game of the week on WFAA Plus. It's a big one. DeSoto Eagles versus the Duncanville Panthers at Panther Stadium in Duncanville. Again, you can watch this game live starting at 6:50. Our Mike Leslie will have pregame coverage and he'll call the game live. And we have other games on WFAA Plus that you can watch as well. No matter what game it is you're going to tonight for Friday Night Football, the weather looks pretty nice. On the warm side for kickoff with temperatures in the lower 80s, but as the sun sets, it's actually going to be a really nice evening. We'll fall into the middle 70s by 9 p.m. So I would say that's near perfect weather for football across the area. And just another note for football, as tomorrow is a big game across the area. Of course, we have the Red River rivalry out at the Cotton Bowl. It looks like a very warm day with highs again near 90 degrees and lots of sunshine. But again, tonight for Friday Night Football live on WFAA Plus, the weather looks spectacular. Enjoy.
This week on Friday Night Football, DeSoto at Duncanville in the preeminent Texas high school football event there is every regular season. Records, rankings, none of that matters. What matters is there is more college-level talent on the field this week than there will be at most any game anywhere across the country this fall. And they'll go head-to-head in a game you can watch live for free on WFAA Plus Friday night at 7. And if we're going to talk about this game, we have to talk about this kid, Ethan "Booby" Feaster, the wide receiver for DeSoto. He is spectacular, truly one of the elite receivers to ever come through the state of Texas. Booby Feaster has been something of a folk legend for years now. As he was coming up through the youth football ranks, those who know would whisper about, you got to see this kid, Booby Feaster. Then he got to DeSoto and immediately made an impact. 9 touchdowns as a freshman, 13 more last year as a sophomore, and then in February he reclassified from the class of 27 to the class of 26 because he knew, like everyone does, that he's ready for the college game already. So he's headed to USC next season to begin his collegiate career and start preparing for what he certainly hopes is a future playing on Sundays. He's the kid you've got to see this week on Friday Night Football. But this week, he is absolutely not alone because there's another wideout you have to see playing for Duncanville. Trenton Yancey, a 4-star prospect himself and a superstar talent that is getting his chance to be the go-to guy this season. Yancey has dozens of offers to mull over before he graduates in 27, and in the meantime, he's been virtually impossible to stop on the outside for this Duncanville offense. If you like wide receiver play, this is the game for you because these two kids are going to be all over the place on Friday night. DeSoto and Duncanville, 7 p.m. on Friday Night Football. Watch live for free on WFAA+.
Hey everybody, my name is Reagan Roy and I am joined today by Grayson Singleton, the host of Locked on SMU. Grayson, thank you so much for hopping on this call with me today to chat. How are you?
I'm good. How are y'all doing? Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you. Yes, it's in the trenches of high school football season. It's a crazy time.
Love it.
It's the most wonderful time of the year in Texas. So
Absolutely.
So, okay, we know that the Dallas area is going to be hosting one of the biggest matchup in Texas, if not the biggest matchup in the nation, with DeSoto and Duncanville on Friday night. But what I kind of wanted to pick your brain about and talk with you about are some of those star players who are going to be suiting up. You know, last year we had 34 Division I prospects playing that game last year. And so I don't think there's going to be any we're not going to have a short end of talent out there on the field Friday night. So just kind of want to talk about who these guys are and what makes them, you know, these standout, unique athletes that they are. So
absolutely.
First person I kind of want to jump in on is the one that when I first learned about him probably gave me the most, oh my gosh, and that's Ethan "Booby" Feaster. That he is electric and he is young, which also was probably the biggest shock to me. But what stands out to you most about him whenever you watch his tape?
Well, he is young. He reclassified from the 2027 class to the class of 2026 that he's in now. 4-star guy, consensus across the recruiting industry, committed to USC right now. What stands out to me the most is his combination of size and playmaking ability. 6'2", 180 pounds. So he's already got a body that's built for the next level. But what also is built for the next level, I think, with him is his ability to make plays after the catch. And that's so important in this day and age of football because both high school and college has leaned all the way into the RPO and leaned the run pass option. And because of that, you're going to have guys who can break tackles and, turn a short pass into a long gain. And Booby Feaster can do that. So you combine that with his size and his ability with speed and to break tackles and maneuver around defenders. Man, it makes a lot of sense why he's so unstoppable at the high school level.
Absolutely. And, the fact that he has been recruited by offered by nearly every D1 program in the country. He's ultimately has a hard commit to Lincoln Riley and USC. At the next level, do you see him fitting in more as like a slot receiver or an outside threat when he gets up into the Big Ten next year?
I think he could do both, but he is the prototypical outside X wide receiver. Like he is the guy that you can build your receiving room around. You know, the 6'2" frame. He's very good with his releases off the line of scrimmage, and he's a good route runner too. But he also has such great body control around the sideline and in the back of the end zone that makes him the prototypical outside wide receiver. So he can do everything in the route tree. He is great in terms of contested catches, physical at the catch point, and good strong hands. So this isn't a guy that I think you're just going to throw into the slot and say, hey, be a matchup mismatch, you know, as a quick type of guy. No, this is a dude that can take on the best corners in the country and go one-on-one with them and make plays. I mean, he can be a 65, 70 catches a year type of guy at the next level.
Yeah, watching him kind of reminds me of DeCorian Moore, who's playing for the Oregon Ducks now. And, you know, he was at DeSoto last year. So I like, or Duncanville last year, my apologies. But I see so many similarities between those two and just the talent that comes out of that area. And the fact that he's, like you said, he's so young. He's 16 years old. It makes it, everything he does makes it even more impressive. So,
Yes, no, exactly.
okay, so we've also got Sarad Baker. You know, he's been a consistent kind of workhorse for DeSoto. What makes him such an effective ball carrier?
His vision. He has really good vision once he gets the ball in terms of finding the holes and knowing when to hit the holes, setting up his blocks and things like that. He is a very slippery dude as well. So even in tight spaces where you're running between the tackles, he's very hard to get a real good shot on. And then obviously he's going to have that speed that all top end running backs are going to have. But just the wiggle that he has and his ability to also run over you as well, because there's not a whole lot of guys with the combination of size and strength and speed and agility. He's got all three of those. 5'11", 195 pounds, can run over you, can run around you. Like that's what makes him so special is that he can do it all for this DeSoto team.
What? So when these colleges come and look at him, when these recruiters are out, what do you think they should be really paying attention to when they evaluate him? What is going to stand out and be that one thing that he can bring to the team that they may or they may not have at this moment?
Well, he's currently trending toward TCU. He's been trending in the recruiting industry toward TCU for a couple of weeks now, and they've got a creative offensive coordinator in Kendall Briles. And one thing that really stands out about him, is his positional versatility. Now, he plays a lot of running back, but there's a lot of tape where he lines up in the slot as a wide receiver. So he's very good catching the ball out of the backfield. He's good at sensing space in terms of route running he's not the most polished route runner, but he's a running back, so he doesn't need to be. But the fact that he can line up out there and be comfortable and put that on tape, especially with him catching the ball as a wide receiver, if you have a creative offensive coordinator, the sky is the limit for what you can do with this kid because of how versatile he is.
Absolutely. So let's flip to the other side of the field now for Duncanville. I mean, how can you not be an incredible player if your name is Maximus the Great Denson? I mean, that is a lot to wear on your shoulders. Just the name in itself, it's amazing. Absolutely love it. Reminds me of Lil Jordan Humphrey. I wish they would have been on the team together. And that would have just been the best roster ever. But, you know, he's still a young quarterback, but he's been showing plenty of poise this year as a play caller. So what stands out to you most about his play this season so far?
How quickly he processes information and makes quick, good decisions with the football. And you'll see this a lot on tape. And again, you need a quarterback that can do that in the modern age of the RPO-heavy offenses that both high school and college run. You got to be able to make those reads quick and distribute the ball at just even quicker. And he's got a quick release. He's very accurate throwing the ball, whether it's inside the numbers or toward the boundary. He very rarely misses his spot. So when you see a guy that young who can process information that fast and then make the requisite decision even faster, that's going to be something that catches the eye of college scouts. Is he up there in the rankings, in the top rankings, top echelon of the 2027 quarterbacks in Texas? No, he's not there yet. He's still got some polishing as a passer that needs to get done. But in terms of upstairs, which is a big part of playing the position of quarterback, he's got that down.
Okay, and that kind of feeds into my next question, but you kind of touched on that he has not hit that upper echelon of the top tier, you know, top 1% quarterbacks in Texas. We know that quarterbacks in Texas are are a rare breed. So what do you think? You said he's got the smarts, just polishing his playing at this time. So what if you're evaluating him, if you're looking at him and saying, okay, these are the steps I think he needs to take, and then I think he can be up there with these other elite quarterbacks in the Lone Star State.
Yeah, well, those other elite quarterbacks in the 2027 class, you're talking about Westwood Palestine High School's Kavian Bryant, Flower Mound Marcus's Colton Dustmeyer, who's committed to LSU or trending toward LSU right now. What you're looking at those guys there's an electricity about them that takes their teams over the top. And I don't think Maximus Denson has hit that quite yet. Now, is he athletic? Yes, he is. I think he needs to do a little bit more with the athleticism. And again, there's some mechanical things that need to be polished out in terms of him as a thrower of the football. But he's got the raw talent. He has the raw physical traits at 6'2", 190 pounds, I think is what he's at right now. Strong kid also, too. So he's got the physical makeup and the requisite tools to be that quarterback. There's some mechanical things that need to be ironed out, and I would like to see him use his athleticism as a playmaker a little bit more.
Absolutely. And, there's going to be so many eyes on this game on Friday night, not just in Texas, but across the nation. People wanting to know, how is Feaster going to do when he goes to LA next year? How people from across the country are going to be watching this game because it's just got so much appeal to people who just love college football, love high school football. So what do you think these three players can do on Friday night to really stand out and separate themselves from the masses?
Honestly, in our social media driven world these days, it's just make plays. Like just be yourself and make plays. For Boobie Feaster, he's going to be a tough cover no matter who goes up against him on the Duncanville Panthers side. He's going to be a guy who can win those jump balls. He's going to catch some passes in space and make plays in the open space. If you are if you're the DeSoto running back, just continue to wear down that Duncanville defense. And hopefully during the game, as the game wanes and attrition starts to kick in,
DeSoto and Duncanville. 10 miles separate two of the iconic high school football programs in America. 3 state championships for each. A legacy of greatness. And a rivalry that has burned hotter over the last decade than at any point in its history. DeSoto at Duncanville, a top 20 clash of national heavyweights on Friday Night Football, sponsored by Texas Dave Rizet. And with that, we welcome you inside the broadcast booth here at Panther Stadium in Duncanville. Mike Leslie alongside the former Lincoln High and Kansas State linebacker Heckma Harrison. Heckma, there is nothing like this football game and this rivalry. It is one of a kind.
No, quite frankly, the biggest and the largest in the state, man. And when it comes to high school football, and I have debated this with people all over, people love the West Coast style of football. People love Florida football. But there is nothing bigger than Texas high school football. And tonight, all of those eyes will be on this matchup.
And there's nothing like this matchup, especially when it comes to the talent that is on the football field. There are rivalries in Texas that have more history, that have been played for 100+ years. This game doesn't have that facet, but it does have something that has burned hotter over the last 5 to 10 years than anything else, and it has more talent on the football field than maybe any other game in the state. Show you this particular game, 32 kids that hold at least one Division I offer. Both of these schools have confirmed 11 for DeSoto, 21 for Duncanville, and we are talking Heckma kids that are going to some of the biggest programs in the country.
It really is a who's who. When you think about it, those names that have even made it to the NFL. I mean, guys that have played in this game have definitely gone on to do great things at the Division I level. And when you say 32, I argue that there are more that you don't even know their names yet.
Yes.
That is how many guys that have come through these two programs. Absolutely amazing.
Yeah, just as it was a year ago when we talked about this same statistic, it is important to use the phrasing no fewer than 32 kids that have Division I offers, because there are guys on this roster that are freshmen, that are sophomores, that just don't yet have a Division I offer, haven't had the opportunity to shine, haven't had the opportunity to draw the attention of a college football coach yet, but certainly will in time. And that's going to invariably through the years add to that figure for sure. One of the names that was on that list, KJ Ford of Duncanville, their 4-star defensive end that is on his way to Florida, will not play tonight. That is official from the Duncanville ISD, from the athletic director, as well as from head coach Reginald Samples. He is out tonight. It is a punishment that was handed down for his actions in the aftermath of the Waxahachie game a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, and it was that incident was caught on camera. And I think that I love the way that Duncanville has gotten in front of this instead of it coming from the UIL. And so these are just actions taken. And I think obviously KJ Ford, a dynamic defensive end going to the University of Florida. There's a lesson learned from all of this.
You know, it makes a difference in this football game for sure, the fact that he won't be out there. Derek Roberson, the athletic director at Duncanville, did tell us earlier today that the UIL did reach out to them the next morning, and he had already talked with Reginald Samples. They had already come up with a plan, and the UIL said, okay, we're good with that. It was an indefinite suspension that would be no fewer than 2 games. This is the second of those 2 games. Coach Roberson told me earlier today that KJ himself has handled the situation very well. It looks like he's trending toward being available for their next football game, but he will not play tonight. This game is the 5th game in a row that we've done in this matchup. We've done each of the games since 2021. We want to take you back through the history of this matchup. Let's go to that 2021 football game, because this was a terrific game that started really well for DeSoto. They came out and jumped out to a 14-0 lead. Matt Allen to Stefan Johnson here for the touchdown. 14-zip Eagles on their home field, but Duncanville would dominate from there on. Davion Blewett, the 78-yard punt return for a touchdown before halftime. They would go on to score 42 of the final 49 points in this football game to win 42-21. And we talked about the talent that is in this game year in and year out. Just some of the names that played in that game in 2021. Jonte Cook, the stud 5-star that went to Texas initially, now is the leading receiver for the Syracuse Orange. We showed you the touchdown reception from Stefan Johnson. He's at Oregon now. Duncanville's Lamadrick Spencer has had a nice college career as well. That's the story of this game every single year. And as we will show you through the next half an hour as we tee this game up, that number continues to grow through the years as we get into 2022, 23, and 24. Year after year, that has become more profound.
And if you think about it like this, for the Panthers, they've come in with a defense ranked in the nation, offensive ranked in the nation, DeSoto as well. So, I mean, the heightened, it just gets to a point where it's really, I said it, a who's who, but it really just reaches the peaks where you can't fit enough bodies in a stadium, because that's the people that clamor to Duncanville or DeSoto to see these 2 teams play.
We will talk an awful lot more about this matchup when we return. We're going to talk about the quarterbacks in this game, a legend and a king, after this.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Thanks for downloading the WFAA Plus app. The main page is a live stream of WFAA programming, and you can find on-demand stories as well. Just click a tab at the top of your screen and scroll down to find WFAA original programming.
We welcome you back to Duncanville's Panther Stadium, Reginald Samples Field. The site tonight for the latest rendition of this rivalry between Duncanville and DeSoto. The quarterbacks in this football game continuing a legacy, Heckma, that has been passed down from quarterback to quarterback through the years. But this year's matchup is one of the all-time name matchups in this, really in all of high school football. Legend Howell, the quarterback for the DeSoto Eagles, and Maximus the Great King Denson, the quarterback for the Duncanville Panthers. Clay Marshall, if we can go ahead and look at graphic number 3. The matchup between these two, they've both had a nice start to the season, Heckma. They've both played very well, but it's the names that that jump off the page first, because it's an all-time matchup.
Not only great names, but great quarterbacks as well. Legend Howell being back in the fold. He was hurt early in the season. Getting him back has really been big for the Eagles. He is a guy that really is the sergeant, the general of their offense, and he gets everything going. Maximus the Great King Denson. I mean, what a name. I just gotta stick a pin in it, right? What a name. This kid is definitely destined for greatness, but his ability to learn on the fly in his first year of varsity play, I think, has been the great thing that he's done. Those growing pains you've been able to see those in real time. A game like tonight would be a great time for Denson to knock off all that rust and show everybody why he is the starting quarterback for the Panthers.
No doubt. Let us know in the YouTube comments tonight where you're watching from tonight. We're already seeing the comments light up. Tarina Brackenridge says Duncanville is overrated. DeSoto wins tonight. King Body's fired up, says let's go. Let us know again where you're watching from tonight, who you're tuning in to see tonight. If you got a favorite player on either one of these teams, we want to hear from you all night long in that YouTube live chat. Let's take a look at those 2022 highlights as we continue our mark through the history of this matchup. And this game, Heckma, was all about Caden Durham. He went off in this football game.
Yo, big time runs in this one, and you're looking at one of those. I mean, talk about walking the dog. He didn't do that just once. He didn't do it just twice. He did it a few times in this game. As we get an opportunity to see, literally, if this is flag football, they didn't take his flags. He is untouched all the way to the end zone, and man, you see this kid playing it on Saturdays at LSU, and you know where it started, right here in Duncanville, Texas.
His stat line in that game, 19 carries, 309 yards, and 5 touchdowns. He went off, and yes, now he is killing it at LSU. Keelan Russell, the 5-star, played in that game and played in one more that we're going to show you in the 2023 game as well. He and DeCorian Moore, obviously, 5-star prospects for Duncanville that have gone on to do big things. Trey Weisner, the running back at Texas, having a very nice start to his career with the Longhorns. It's just a matter of time before Tiger Ryden is making an impact down at Texas A&M just in his first year down there in College Station. I mean, on and on and on. All of those names, we haven't even spoken the name Colin Simmons yet, who is a superstar at Texas and is going to be a high NFL draft pick in the not-too-distant future. These two programs put kids in the NFL regularly. 33 combined between the two programs through their history, and that number is going to grow here in the next couple of years because a number of those names you just saw on that list are going to be playing on Sundays in the not-too-distant future.
Unbelievable, and you didn't even say DJ Bailey, who really had more as far as DeSoto and their state championship run at quarterback. He was amazing for the Eagles. I mean, and it just goes on, and that list of players that you're talking about that you just saw there, check out what they're doing at the next level. These guys didn't just take it from this field, they're taking it with them to college and doing big things as well.
Already over 500 with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Please click the like button, click the share button. Send this feed around to your friends in the Duncanville, DeSoto communities, the Texas high school football community at large, the national high school football community. There is interest in this game all over the country. Share this feed around because this is going to be a terrific football game tonight. Darren Gilliam says he's tuning in to see DJ Rumpf tonight. Again, let us know who you're tuning in to see tonight. Sean Blaylock says he's tuned in Duncanville. He said he's 3 minutes away from the stadium. Yeah, getting a ticket tonight was hard to do. All 10,918 seats here at Panther Stadium are sold out. They're not full yet, but they will be here in the next 20 minutes or so as we get ready to kick this one off. One more break. We'll come back and tee this thing up for real on Friday Night Football as DeSoto and Duncanville square off.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Hey, I'm Jason. And I'm the other Jason. We're the co-hosts of Y'all-itics, the unofficial political podcast of Texas. So each week we invite on change makers for cold beer and candid conversations into the issues really affecting Texans. Yeah, and we're bringing in diverse viewpoints so you get to listen and really understand. This is solid information and a deep dive you're not going to get anywhere else. Not to brag, but just to brag a little bit. Okay, a little. We've been trending and making headlines. Plus, we have more than 1 million downloads. And still counting.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
Back on Friday Night Football, DeSoto and Duncanville, 14 minutes away here at Panther Stadium. It is Reginald Samples Field at Panther Stadium, and we want to show you the Reginald Samples coaching tree because it is vast. We asked the folks at Duncanville to help us put this together. Heckma Harrison, I know you yourself helped in putting this together, in creating this list of names, people that have known Reginald Samples and love this man and love the impact he has had on Texas high school football. Everybody knows, Heckma, about the 355 wins, about the 2 state championships, about all the things that he's done from a win and loss perspective. This is a way for you to visualize the impact he's made beyond just the wins and losses. He has shaped careers, both from a player perspective and from a coach perspective.
Hey, greatness is shared, and you see from that coaching tree how many men that he has turned into head coaches and also ADs. It started Jason Todd, Herman Johnson. Ricky Lewis was my defensive coordinator at Lincoln High School. Yeah. Emmett Jones, the wide receiver coach at Oklahoma. You know, to just name a few of those great names. And Steven Jackson, we're going to see him in a few weeks here at West Mesquite. So, look, all of these guys, all of these names have built the success with Coach Reginald Samples, and I think that's just a wonderful attribute to who he is as a man.
Todd Peterman there on your screen was the head coach at DeSoto for a little while, was an offensive coordinator for Samples, now has gone back to being a head coach himself. Leon Paul, the head coach at Lancaster. Jason Todd, of course, the 2-time state champion head coach for South Oak Cliff, and they're certainly hunting after, they hope, a third this year. The impact that he has made on Texas high school football is multitudinous and is really difficult to fully encapsulate. This was just our latest attempt to try and give this man his due because he's done so much, including coaching this man right here, Heckma Harrison, back in the day at Lincoln High School. This game means a lot to these two communities, but it also means a lot this year from a district standings perspective. Heckma, this is a huge game within District 11-6A because very rarely does it happen, but Duncanville lost this year to somebody not named DeSoto. DeSoto has a hard time getting them, but Waxahachie did get them in an upset a couple weeks back, 28-27 the final. Duncanville led that game 27-9, and both Claude Mathis and Reginald Samples talked this week about how chances were decent. Duncanville kind of ran out of gas playing only their second game of the season because they've had so many byes early on this year. They're coming off their 3rd bye week. It's week 7 of the high school football season, but this game matters because if DeSoto wins, they will now be in the catbird seat to win the district title outright. They'll obviously have to beat Cedar Hill, but they'll be in a really, really good position. If Duncanville wins this game, Heckman, now you could set up the possibility of a 3-way tie, maybe a 4-way tie, depending on what Cedar Hill or Lancaster have to say about this equation the rest of the way, but the likeliest scenario in that instance would be DeSoto, Waxahachie, and Duncanville all finishing the regular season with 1 district loss, and they'd have tiebreaker scenarios to figure out who got which seed in the 6A Division I and Division II playoffs.
Yeah, so the Panthers aren't looking past anyone, and you see Cedar Hill there. The Longhorns look good this season. I just think that the Indians, they called them, and I think it was a jaw dropper for everyone around Texas high school football when you saw that final score. And this is really just the kind of season that Duncanville has had. They don't. There are so many people that duck them for those first couple of games of the season. They're very limited limited, I think only playing 7-8 games this season. And so what that does is it keeps you idle, and you're only playing against yourself. Doesn't give you the competition that you need. Football is one of those sports you just got to continue to play it to be better at it.
Yeah. Let's go through one more piece of history. Let's go back to the 2023 and 2024 meetings of this rivalry, because both of those games were special and are a big part of the story of tonight's game as well. First in 2023, this was a game that got rained out to Saturday, and this was a terrific day for Claude Mathis and the DeSoto Eagles. Special teams a factor as it has been so many times in this game. Dalen Singleton, 96-yard kickoff return for a touchdown, 14-3 DeSoto. Duncanville would answer. Caden Durham, 36-yard touchdown run. They'd go for 2 and tie the game at 14. But DeSoto had another gear in 2023. DJ Bailey threw for 4 touchdowns. This one right before halftime to Antonio Pride. And if you had any doubt about what this game means to these two programs, Claude Mathis's reaction, his celebration in 2023 will eliminate all questions. This game means a ton. A year ago, Duncanville got their revenge. Keelan Russell and DeCorian Moore made sure of that. 4 combined touchdown hookups for the 2 5-stars. Dalen Singleton had another kickoff return for a touchdown, this one from 82 yards away to make it 14-7, as DeSoto again figured out a way to beat the Duncanville kickoff coverage team. That's something to keep an eye on tonight, by the way, as well. But again, Keelan Russell and DeCorian Moore, just too much. 35-6, Duncanville led this football game in the third quarter. DeSoto would make a comeback, got within 35-20, and if not for a snap over the head of their quarterback in the fourth quarter, might have gotten even closer. But ultimately, Duncanville was able to salt it away. Keelan Russell hitting Trenton Yancey, a young man who we'll tell you an awful lot more about here in just a couple of minutes, and Duncanville got the win, 42-20. And again, just look at the list of kids that played in this game. All of these guys are impact players on Saturdays. Add Kiki Abrams to the list. Add Javion Holiday to the list, who's at SMU. Add Byron Washington, the mountain of a human that is now at Syracuse, the former DeSoto offensive lineman. Every single year, this is the story, and this year is no different.
I mean, Colin Simmons, as we talked about, Caden Durham, again, Keelan Russell at Alabama. But I'm telling you, DeCorian Moore, I just remember in that game the play that Keelan Russell and DeCorian Moore made. And those are the kinds of memories that people that come to these stadiums, they're like, I was standing here when that play was made. Man, absolutely legendary of a play.
Hendro Walker in the YouTube comments, a regular viewer, a Duncanville fan, says, Duncanville, let's put the state back on notice tonight. Kay McGarry says, Duncanville grad here, class of 98, says, go Panthers. 98, a year where Duncanville won a state championship. That would have been fall of 98, so after he graduated, but we appreciate you being here. Daniel Benson says, watching from Las Vegas with his buddy, out here with the Air Force. Don't miss both these teams whooping up on our butts at Burleson back in the day. Yeah, that did happen a few times, I have to imagine. These programs have been good forever. Let's talk about some of the kids that are going to make an impact in this football game. DeSoto put this tweet out a little while back about their 3-headed snake. Legend Howell, the quarterback, Sarad Baker, their running back, and Booby Feaster, the wide receiver. And I love the picture it's side by side with Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. That is what these 3 kids are for this DeSoto program, and they need to be, Heckma, tonight.
Well, let me tell you who number 23 is for the DeSoto Eagles, and that is one Booby Feaster.
No doubt.
A guy that reclassed, and he is just special. And, man, USC has something so dynamic coming to their campus, and this kid will be a household name next year. I mean, I couldn't even envision him actually staying for another year to play. So the reclass to me was absolutely righteous by his parents to do that. The kid is just outstanding. Not only does he do it on offense, Mike, he also does it on defense.
He does. He starts at corner for them as well. Let's go ahead and show you the player to watch graphic for one Booby Feaster, number 1 for this DeSoto program. He was the number 1 receiver in the junior class, bumped up to the senior class, and it's worth noting, didn't just do that on a football level. He's got the credits. Smart kid in the classroom, did all the work, and then he can also make catches like this, Heckma.
Yeah, he is just – he's dynamic. And in a game like this, if Booby Feaster goes into the phone booth and puts on his cape, it's going to be a long night for the Panthers. He can absolutely take over this game.
He is sensationally talented, and he, again, will go both ways. He's going to be out there trying to defend our other player to watch tonight, and it's Trenton Yancey for the Duncanville Panthers, a 4-star prospect in his own right. 38 scholarship offers for this young man. Had 7 touchdown receptions a year ago as a sophomore, transferring over from Arlington Lamar. This year, though, in the absence of DeCorian Moore, he has stepped up to be their dude.
Boy, he is all speed, and I'm telling you, if you give this guy a slither of daylight, he will take it to the house, and that's just how special he is. And being here at Duncanville and in this environment, playing around this many athletes, man, he is hard to deal with. I expect for him to put his imprint on this game tonight as well.
Comment from Zeke in the YouTube comment says, I don't understand why he's playing corner, though. Why not just stick to receiver? He actually came up as a defensive player and then switched to offense once he learned what it was like to score a touchdown. He said he finally got that taste. He played a little running back and scored a touchdown and went, yeah, that's what I want to do from now on.
Right.
You see, we have our coin toss happening right now.
Wow.
Our crew chief tonight, Ricky Herron II, in his 19th year as a Texas high school football official. Heckma Harrison, we are just about ready to roll for the single biggest event, Texas high school football event of every season, at least for the last 3 or 4 years, I would argue, that has been the case. This game has just mattered more than any other game across the state. This year's a little bit different. It's not number 1 and number 4 in the state like it was a year ago. It's not a top 10 matchup as it was 2 years ago. But it still means more because of the talent on the field, because of the proximity of these two programs. You may have seen the shot right off the top of the telecast. One of our photographers got a shot of DeSoto's Eagle Stadium. You can see it from where we are standing right now. It is not that far away. These two programs know each other very well. A lot of these kids played youth ball against each other. They know each other, they respect each other, but they're also going to grind against each other tonight, all night long. And it just makes this game feel more important than anything else that happens across the state.
Yeah, two very close communities, and I'm telling you, not only play together, these kids go to church together. Parents know each other, they've grown up together, and that's how close-knit these two communities are. Look, here, there's a lot of pride on the line, and it doesn't matter where one of these, if DeSoto decides to go down a notch as far as class, they're going to play this game because it just means more to have these two teams on the field. And I tell you what, when it comes down to Texas high school football playoffs, these are the two names that you're always used to seeing.
Sean Jones in the YouTube comments says he graduated in '97. DeSoto had Patrick Creighton. Duncanville had Ricky Williams. Two guys that both went on to play at the professional levels. By the way, not that Ricky Williams, not the Texas New Orleans Saints Ricky Williams, a different Ricky Williams, but also a terrific player in his own right and a guy who did go play in the league for a little while. That's what these two programs are. They pump out 5-star prospects, 4-star prospects, 3-star prospects year after year after year, and guys that eventually go play in the league. And it just, you watch this game tonight and you know you are going to see somebody in this game. I would bet my salary, somebody in this game will play on Sundays 5, 6, 7 years from now.
So your salary is safe, and I feel, and I think about this season. I mean, this game this year is, in years past, Duncanville defensively has just been lights out. I mean, I'm talking about only allowing a field goal a game in some seasons. This year, it's a bit different. And we just talked about missing KJ Ford, their dynamic defensive end.
Yeah.
This is one of those games where there aren't a lot of people picking one side or another. This is going to be a close one.
It's as much a coin flip as this game has ever felt, honestly, at least as long as we have been doing this. Is the 5th straight year that we have broadcast this game on Friday Night Football. And each year, even 2023 when DeSoto pulled the upset, coming into each of these games prior to this season, it felt like Duncanville had a decided advantage. They had a bigger, stronger, more powerful offensive line, though 2023 might have been ultimately the exception to that rule, as we learned that day. And DeSoto was the best football team in the state of Texas that year. They went and proved it and won a state championship that fall. But it has always kind of felt like Duncanville had at least a little bit of an edge. This year, it truly feels like they are head up even. And it's not often that we show up to a Texas high school football game and you don't feel like you know, where's this going to go? Who's going to win this football game? Tonight, you shrug. I don't know.
And all you can judge this on literally is common opponent, which is Waxahachie at this point. So Duncanville loses to Waxahachie. DeSoto annihilates Waxahachie.
40-17.
So where do we go from here, Mike?
Yeah. We will see. It is finally time. DeSoto and Duncanville for the 5th straight year here on Friday Night Football. Kickoff is next here on WFAA Plus and the WFAA YouTube channel.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, DeSoto at Duncanville. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7 on WFAA Plus.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delk.
Friday Night Football, sponsored by Texas de Brazil.
From Reginald Samples Field at Panther Stadium in Duncanville, it's the premier high school football event of the regular season as the Panthers host DeSoto. Heckma Harrison, it is finally time. All the buildup, all the hype, all the anticipation. Here we go.
Yeah, I've been waiting for this one, and at the end of this night, a legend and a king will be crowned.
Will it be Legend Howell? Will it be Maximus the Great, King Denson, the quarterback for the Duncanville Panthers? Who will reign supreme tonight? Which of these two Texas high school football superpowers will win out this evening? Over 1,300 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Again, please let us know where you're tuning in from tonight. If you got a favorite player on either one of these two teams. Disorder says, about time for me to pour. I'm not going to say that in a high school football broadcast, but Disorder, we appreciate you being here. Says it's going to be a good game. Yes, it will indeed. Two programs that have combined to send 3 dozen players to the NFL. DeSoto and Duncanville ready to get underway here at Panther Stadium. It will be Duncanville to kick it away. Mitchell Watts, the kicker, deep to return for the Eagles. Booby Feaster and Sarad Baker, a short kickoff, fielded at the 23, making a man miss and tripped up across the 35-yard line. One of the upbacks for the Eagles, Jace Hill Douglas takes it out, and it's going to be good starting field position, Heckma, for the DeSoto offense.
And Mike, I wanted to mention in the open, I think all 5 years that we've called this game, somehow a special teams play has been made. So look for a kickoff or a punt return to go to the house.
Legend Howell, the starting quarterback for the DeSoto Eagles, taking over this year as the DeSoto starter from Keldon Ryan. Hurt early on in the season, but healthy now, and he has had it rolling. It's actually going to be Baker, though, to start at quarterback. Takes the direct snap and picks up a yard. They will snap the football to Sarad Baker a number of times tonight. He can throw it. Legend Howell is their quarterback, but you will see Sarad Baker play quarterback. You will see him throw the football, and it is Sarad Baker, at least for these first couple plays of the football game. Second down and 8 for DeSoto, a 3-time state championship program. High snap. Baker able to scoop it up, though. He's going to try and make something happen. Smartly throws it away right at the line of scrimmage. There is no flag for intentional grounding. It did make it right to the line of scrimmage because it hit the line judge in his foot.
Yeah, he has Byron Thompson in hot pursuit. Great job, though, by Baker getting that ball out of his hands.
1,700 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Again, please click the like button, click the share button. Send this feed around to your friends throughout the Texas high school football community. Timeout quickly called by Reginald Samples and Duncanville. Samples fired up on the near sideline. Something about that look they didn't like. It looked like DeSoto Heckma was changing their formation, especially the three wide receivers that were down on the bottom of the screen. They were jostling around, repositioning, and it seemed to get Duncanville out of whack for a second.
And Mike, it didn't look like they went quick back to the line of scrimmage, but again, personnel sometimes can be the problem versus formations. And so quick timeout taken so that they don't give up a big play.
DeSoto head coach Claude Mathis in his 7th year back at DeSoto. His 20th year overall. He is in his 2nd stint with the Eagles. 188-62 in his career. If he gets there this season, 12 more wins. Because he can't win 12 more this year, but he's got a chance to be one of the 10 to 12 fastest. That ball's nearly intercepted. And a really good job, honestly, by Legend Howell to knock that ball down. Otherwise, it is Duncanville football in golden field position.
I think he's taking that one to the house. If Legend Howell doesn't make this play, he's bobbling it. And, man, he's got to be sick right now, is Adebite.
Yusuf Ajibite, the junior linebacker, was the one who had the chance to make the interception. It was tipped as they tried to set up the screen. A terrific play by the defensive front from Duncanville, who we should remind you again is without KJ Ford tonight. And they forced the punt. They nearly forced the turnover. Good snap here and a line drive, spiraling punt up the near side that will bounce away. Chased down by Ace Theus, and he'll step out of bounds at the 25-yard line, and Duncanville's offense will get to work for the first time tonight.
Boy, talk about avoiding disaster.
Yeah.
The DeSoto Eagles on that one play, the screen play, and then you have a snap that goes over the head of your quarterback. Man, right now, Coach Claude Mathis has to be talking to his team about settling their nerves to start this game.
Yeah, Legend Howell just turned into a football. Went and, said, I'm going to be a football player and make a play here. Max Denson, the quarterback for Duncanville, taking over at the 25. He'll go to the air on the first play of the game and swing it out to Trenton Yancey, who is hogtied at the 31, a pickup of 6.
Boy, great play on the outside by Demarion Ross. Playing out in space like that, maybe the hardest part of playing that safety position, but also just being able to make that tackle and not allow a guy to get around the edge.
So 2nd down and 4. The end around here for Ace Theus, looking for a seam. Strung out nicely by Rickshon Hanks, but he does have enough for the first down. Demarion Ross, the young man you mentioned a moment ago, the transfer from Arlington Seguin, already with 4 interceptions on the year for this DeSoto defense. He has been a revelation for them, Heckma.
Yeah, and you can tell, man. I mean, he just does a really good job of tracking on the outside as a safety. You saw it right there on that last play.
So 1st and 10 for Duncanville at the 36. Over the last decade, the premier program in all of Texas high school football, a pair of state championships in the title game time and time again. That is a terrific play by Booby Feaster on the outside, making the tackle on Trenton Yancey. No gain on the play. That is player to watch on player to watch tonight.
Unbelievable. I mean, but here's the thing. Look at Booby Feaster squeeze this play from the outside, from the cornerback position. And you obviously, as Emmanuel Ellison has to do a better job blocking on the outside, but Booby Feaster is basically pushing him back into the play. That's a great job, number 1.
2nd down and 10. Claude Mathis said to us earlier this week when we talked to him about playing Feaster on the defensive side of the ball, he's like, he's good, guys. He's good. Spinning his way through a tackle. Nice run here from Robert Singleton. Lowers his shoulder, and he's into DeSoto territory.
I'm saying to myself, is Caden Durham out there? What just happened?
A gain of 19 by number 29. Once upon a time, Caden Durham's number, and up the middle he goes again, scampering into the secondary. Ripped down from behind, but he's into the red zone with another first down for Duncanville.
Well, they found something in this interior, and these guys are opening up some holes. Arias Preston and Travis Norris, center and guard, 52-56. These two guys are doing a great job.
1st and 10, they'll give it to him again up the middle. This time, DeSoto is prepared for it.
And the one thing you need to know about this Duncanville offensive line, they had all new starters. They graduated the entire offensive line. Difficult to be able to bring in 5 brand new guys without varsity experience.
Mentioned Duncanville, their history, the 2 state championships just in the last few years, regularly in the state title game. Not last year, though, having to kind of bounce back after losing in the state semifinals to North Crowley. How will they bounce back this year? That's in and out of the hands of Ace Theus. He would have been one-on-one with the safety with a chance to score if he was able to squeeze it, but just too much mustard on it.
Too much mustard, but man, when it touches your hands, you got to bring it in. And that's one of those balls that I'm sure Ace Theus will do the universal signal, patting your chest. That's my bad. He knows he needed to have that one.
2,400 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Again, please click the like button. Let us know where you're watching from tonight. Folks tuning in from all across the country, no doubt. 3rd down and 9, pressure coming. Denson protected, fires, end zone, caught for the touchdown. Emmanuel Ellison.
And you see here on the replay, Max Denson just taking his time, eluding the pressure, but then Emmanuel Ellison just sneaks out. Booby Feaster loses track of him in the back of the end zone, way to cash in number 4.
19 yards on the touchdown hookup, and it is 6-0 in favor of the Duncanville Panthers. Mitchell Watts on for the PAT. Ellison, the young man who just caught the touchdown pass. The holder, the extra point is good, and Duncanville strikes first on their first offensive possession of the night. A couple of nice runs from Robert Singleton to set it up. Denson to Ellison on a 3rd and 9 from 19 yards out, and Duncanville is on the board first on Friday Night Football.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Max Denson to Emmanuel Ellison, and Duncanville is on the board first. Kickoff short again, fielded at the 23, this time by Sarad Baker, and he's bottled up nicely by the Duncanville kickoff coverage team. Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas de Brazil. Celebrate with us. Special occasions deserve unforgettable experiences. From intimate date nights to large gatherings, Texas de Brazil is the perfect place to celebrate life's milestones in style. 1st and 10 for DeSoto. Ball sits at the 27-yard line. What do you think DeSoto needs to do here, Heckman, to bounce back early on?
Really, they just got to settle their nerves. You know how explosive this offense is, and you see the respect that they're giving Booby Feaster on the outside. That's a 10-yard cushion.
Howell throwing it to Feaster, makes the catch anyway, makes a man miss, and stiff arms his way out of bounds with a first down for DeSoto.
I mean, if you're going to give him that much space, you should just throw him the ball.
Quickly, DeSoto back to the line of scrimmage. Howell again with a high snap, but able to bring it down. Hands off for Sarad Baker. Flag on the play right at the line of scrimmage.
think they're going to get a holding penalty out on the outside. No, they wave it off. Okay.
They do wave the flag off. Okay. Ricky Herron II, our crew chief tonight, leading a 7-man crew from DFOA. 2nd down and 5 for DeSoto as the result of play stands. Another high snap. Quick throw to the outside. Feaster falls forward. A pickup of 3. This is a game where there's a lot of emotion. There's a lot of energy, Heckma. And even a veteran kid like Jabraylon Stewart, the center for DeSoto, that's going to the University of New Mexico. He's a talented kid, but the snaps have been high. The energy is just ramped up that much more tonight.
Hey, and he also has Ja'Cory Johnson in front of him, the 6'1", 300-pound nose tackle, also contributing to some of those high snaps.
This time, it's to Baker, and he's strung out, trying to break a tackle, cannot, driven back, and run out of bounds. And a little extra here after the play. No flags thrown yet as they are able to break it up. The officials know the emotions that there are in this football game, and they're going to do all they can, Heckma, to try and keep this game under control. As Baker was kind of flung out of bounds, and he took umbrage with the way that that play ended.
Yeah, Sherrod Baker is just one of those players, junior running back. Look, this is a kid that is going to be on a lot of teams' radar because of his talent. Emotions, got to get those things under control.
Claude Mathis says execution over emotion, the most important thing for him. They're going to go for it here on 4th down and 3. Another high snap. Handoff to Baker up the middle, surges forward. He's got the first down. Right at the 50-yard stripe, enough to move the chains.
Man, a gutsy play. Again, high snap, but great job by Howell getting that ball down and getting it to Baker.
This time the snap gets down, and Howell's going to fire deep up the far sideline. Booby Feaster. Yes, he made that catch.
No,
Oh, no, it's intercepted. Oh, my goodness. Taken away by Braylon Edwards, the senior safety for Duncanville. What a play.
Referees are talking over here on the far side. Oh, they're saying that it hit the ground.
Wow. Oh, I don't know.
Unbelievable.
Clay Marshall, we're going to need to slow this one down. Watch as this tumbles through the hands of Feaster. He's the first one who gets his hands on it. I think that tumbles on his stomach and his leg the whole way. I think that's a catch.
Wow, what an unbelievable play it's going to be taken away from the SMU commit, Braylon Edwards. Wow.
Unbelievable. Making his 39th straight start tonight for the Duncanville Panthers. No replay in Texas high school football unless it is the 12 state championship game, so there is no apparatus for the officials to go back and look at that. And to be fair to this officiating crew, an impossible play to get right live in the moment with that ball between bodies.
Yeah, you'd have to be right in the middle of that play to be able to decipher who came away with that ball.
Terrific shot from our Cody Pryor down there on the field to get that angle. And see the fact that that ball, it certainly looked like, did not hit the ground. Over the middle, in and out of the hands of Antron Edmondson, and incomplete. And it's 4th down again for DeSoto.
You know, I talked about this earlier for DeSoto, and just talking about the nerve for both of these squads. That's a catchable ball right there from Antron Edmonds, and he just drops it. You know, you got to have that one.
Edmondson's having a nice year, 5 touchdown receptions already in the first 5 games of the season. But couldn't hang on to that one. And on 4th and 6, DeSoto will punt it away for the 2nd time tonight.
Or will they?
Fair enough. Duncanville doesn't seem to believe it. They've got a regular defensive set here, and they do snap it to the up back, and Baker's going to throw it, and they've got the first down. The fake punt called by Heckma Harrison, Cortland Jackson on the receiving end, and DeSoto moves the chains. Claude Mathis is a gambling fool tonight.
It is one of those kinds of night, Mike Leslie, and I promise you, they are putting all of their chips to the middle of the table, and they are gambling. I like that execution by Coach Claude Mathis.
Yeah, comment in the YouTube comments here from DeSoto says, ain't no way that ball hit the ground, talking about the interception that wasn't for Braylon Edwards just a few moments ago. Looked like Feaster had caught it at first, tumbled through to the arms of Edwards, ultimately ruled incomplete. Sarad Baker right up the middle. Baker to the outside, makes the one-man miss. He had to, and he scores. Sarad Baker, 37 yards, and DeSoto answers back.
This is being attacked by one head of the snake, and Sarad Baker just going in and out of traffic. Talked about this young man and him just getting his emotions in check, but that's the kind of athlete that young man is. 5, way to get it done.
Sarad Baker with his 10th touchdown run of the year. And DeSoto was an extra point away from knotting this thing up. Oh, they're going to go for 2 here. Interesting. Baker and Feaster in the backfield. Now a discussion on the far side. It looks like between Claude Mathis and the line judge. Brandon Nunn having a conversation with Mathis. Play clock is being reset right now by Ricky Herron as they have this discussion. Oh, I think Mathis wanted to have the ball move to the left hash. That was the clarification. Now they have moved the football where Mathis wants it to be. You are allowed to set that on a 2-point conversion try. Got to imagine they're going to have Sarad Baker roll to the right. Another high snap. Baker able to scoop it up. Has trouble. Scrambles around. Fires to the end zone. Incomplete. And it will stay 7-6 as Baker couldn't keep that one in the field of play. He was looking for Antron Edmondson.
They are going to have to get this under control. The snaps right now are beginning to be a thing. Obviously, in those first couple of seconds and minutes of the quarter, you understand that these are kids. These are teenagers. They're dealing with their emotions right now. You got to get that under wraps. Otherwise, this is going to affect their game.
7-6 the tally. Sarad Baker with the 37-yard touchdown run for DeSoto to answer back. 4:50 in this first quarter. And it is game on between DeSoto and Duncanville in this top 20 matchup in 6A. Lele says, oh, okay, DeSoto. Samp De Leon says, talking to Darrell, says, that's my uncle and my pops. Oh, he must be talking about Reginald Samples. Okay, we got Samples family members in the YouTube comments. Love that. Latasha Smith says, Sarad Baker, touchdown DeSoto. Jim 7803 says, here for every bit of this. Disorder says change out the snapper for DeSoto. To your point, I mean, Jabrillin Stewart's not going anywhere. He's a terrific football player, but it's an example of the adrenaline that this game provides for these kids. It just means more than most every other game on their schedule, certainly every other regular season game on their schedule. This game is super important to these kids, and sometimes it reflects itself in, listen, Jabrillin Stewart's coming out of his skin right now, and heck, so am I. Like, I'm fired up right now, so I get it.
In the zone already, Mike. You've already put your salary on the line.
All of the high school kids are fired up right now because Heckma, the score is 6-7. That's a problem for DeSoto. Losing his balance was Braden Arnold. And they're going to have the football at the 9. I'm just telling you, the YouTube comments are lighting up. 6-7, 6-7, 6-7. They're all fired up about it.
Not you two. Oh, God. Okay.
I promise you, I don't know anything about that world. I don't know anything about what 6-7 means. But I do know the YouTube comments are lighting up because of it.
Okay. Look, I got an 18-year-old.
Honest weather forecasting says 6-7, mango mustard. I don't even know what that means, but all right.
Let's stay with the game. We got it. If you're Duncanville, you got to answer right here, Mike.
Yes, you absolutely do, and it's a tough spot. 1st and 10 from their own 9-yard line as Maximus Denson, the junior new starter this year for Duncanville, takes over, and he's got 4 wide receivers to the bottom of the formation. They go the other way, looking for Ellison, and he's got a first down to start the possession.
A guy that caught the touchdown did Emmanuel Ellison. Great out route on the outside and moving the chains. That's all you need to do is kind of get your back away from your end zone. You know, look, I think the way that this running game has gotten off, I like what Robert Singleton did in that scoring drive. I like to see more of it.
1st and 10 for Duncanville, now at the 20. There was a good point made here by a viewer in the YouTube comments about the interception that wasn't for Braylon Edwards, as that one is a short carry up the middle for Duncanville once again. Robert Singleton, the junior. Chantel Sansom saying the ball did hit the ground, you just didn't see it because the camera angle that we had showed the backside. The ref on the far sideline would have there's a fairness to that point. I don't know if that's necessarily true, but there is a moment where Boobie Feaster's back is to us in that replay, and the ball is behind him as relative to the camera where we can't see. It may have hit the ground in that moment, and that may have been why they ruled it incomplete. In trouble is Denson, and he's taken down. The sack for Aiden Minor, the junior.
Let's see if Aiden Minor got some of that face mask from Denson on the sack. As you see the replay here, it looks like Denson's trying to get away from the pressure, and maybe from that angle you don't pick it up. Yes.
It is, good call, Hackma, a face mask on Aiden Minor, so the sack is negated.
Wow.
A huge turn of events because it was going to be 3rd down and a mile for Duncanville, and instead it's a fresh 1st and 10 at the 37.
You know, we said to start what was going to be important in this game is in the trenches. And right now, I don't know who I give the edge to, although it does look like this Panthers offensive line is leaning on them a little bit.
They're going to run the option here with Denson. Slides down in front of Hanks, the safety. A pickup of 5.
I like how easy Max Denson is back there in the pocket, man. He really, he doesn't panic, right? And he's one of those guys that keeps his eyes up the field looking for open receivers.
2nd down and 5. They've got to get to the 47 to move the chains. Handoff again for the junior Robert Singleton trying to get to the outside. A pickup of only 2, well defended on the near sideline by Aiden Marshall.
Man, we haven't heard from one of my favorite Texas high school football players, and that's Zachary Turner, a kid that's been playing varsity football since his freshman year, the SMU commit, 6'3", 215. I'm going to add another 10 pounds to that. It's about 225. A big old kid, man. And I tell you, SMU has themselves a great player.
He got hurt in the Waxahachie game, missed most of that game. That was part of why that game went the way it did. Nowhere to go up the middle here for Singleton. Maybe a gain of a foot, and it's going to be 4th down and a full yard at that 46-yard line.
Is it tush-push time for the Panthers?
Yeah, Micah Parsons wasn't a fan of the tush-push last night, was he? Tweeting out how it's not football.
How about that? I think he's seen a few of those in his day. As looks like Duncanville isn't going to blink on this. They're going for it.
They do call timeout here. Their 2nd timeout taken in this 1st quarter in a 7-6 football game that the Panthers lead by a point. Head coach Reginald Samples, his 11th year at Duncanville, took over here in 2015, but his 36th year in totality. 355 wins in his career, Hackma Harrison. I know you played for him back in the day at Lincoln High School. He is one of the great coaches in the history of the game, 6th all-time in wins, and he just continues to climb that list. It's going to be hard for him to track anybody down because some of the guys above him are still going, but he is now getting himself into a category where it may only take another 2 more years after this if he wanted to go for 400. Like it's out there in the distance for him to potentially go after if he wants to.
Yeah, and he's amassed some great teams here in Duncanville, and so why not? I mean, if you're always going deep into November.
4th and 1.
Uh-oh. Got him.
Whistles at the snap. DeSoto calls for timeout and saves themselves a penalty because J. Anthony Stevens jumped offside.
Man, how about that? They came in, they called a timeout to think this play over, and I think it was Max Denson that does a good job with the cadence, and they thought they won on that, man, and got Stevens offside, but how about the timeout, though, from the other side? DeSoto saved themselves from that 1st down.
Maybe Claude Mathis's I would say second best decision of the night. The fake punt probably has to go to the top of the list, but calling timeout right when he did worked out very well for his football team and keeps alive the opportunity for his team to make a stop here on 4th and 1.
You could tell that the way that the Eagles are calling this game, they're very aggressive in their play calling. They want it, and so these Duncanville coaches better have their antennas up.
They're going to spread it out. 5 wide receivers, 3 to the top of the formation. Denson alone in the backfield here on 4th and 1. Ball at the 46. They have to get to the 47. Ricky Herron II, our crew chief, stopping things for a moment once again. They had an issue with the clock. They've got it reset now. 2:08 here in the first quarter, so that is now correct, and we are ready for play. 4th and 1, and now that spread set is going to motion down in, and Singleton joins Denson in the backfield. Denson to keep it himself. He's got the first down and then some. Into DeSoto territory, 1st and 10.
I think Denson had a ton of options in this. I thought that Singleton may have had a glimmer of light as well, but that's a great decision by number 3, taking it himself to pick up that first down. Love the way that this Duncanville offense is operating right now. Let's see if they take a shot.
Both coaching staffs aggressive here in this first quarter. 4th down decisions to go for it. Both times now it has popped. In fact, twice for DeSoto, now once for Duncanville. 1st and 10. Handoff in the interior, and DeSoto reads it very well. Slung for a loss of a yard is Singleton.
Boy, great read there in the middle by Jace Hill Douglas. Look at number 3 reading this. Boy, that's how you play the linebacker position. Don't shoot the gap and get yourself out of position. Man, he plays it perfectly. That's teach tape.
Roberto Juarez in the YouTube comments says, "Where's Keelan Russell?" He's at Alabama, sir.
Hey, Roberto.
He graduated a year ago. It is Max Denson's show now. Keelan Russell, the Gatorade Texas Player of the Year a season ago for Duncanville. A 5-star recruit, one of the top 3 receivers in the 3 quarterbacks rather in the country. Denson over the middle, complete. Ellison again, running to the near sideline and stepping out of bounds inside the 35-yard line. They mark him at the 31.
What a strike by Denson. Look at him standing on that mound, throwing that thing down at Ellison. And a great read by Ellison, getting to the boundary, setting up his blocks, knowing that he has Yancey on the outside.
1st and 10, handoff again to Singleton, and stacked up again by this DeSoto front. DeSoto's defensive front, Heckma, is one of the stories of this night. DJ Rump, Kadrian Redmond, the Texas Tech commit, they have got some serious talent and some big bodies in the middle. Aiden Minor, Cortez Rager, they are loaded up front.
Man, they are replacing a superstar in Kiki Abrams.
Yes.
Man, one of my favorite players as well.
Swing pass to the right side, having space is Ace Theus, and Ace Theus is in the end zone. 29 yards on the hookup, and Duncanville adds to the lead.
Let's talk about the guy that you can't give any space, and that's number 2, Ace Theus, on the outside, and they're trying to catch up with this guy, and they're saying in the back of their head, nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Way to get it done, Ace Theus.
Theus in the end zone. Heckma Harrison straight to TikTok, and it is 13-6 in favor of Duncanville with 6 seconds left in the first quarter here on Friday Night Football. Once again, the PAT from Mitchell Watts. Flag on the play, and that PAT will become 5 yards longer.
Talk about the nerves all around, even though they're getting the scores. I mean, when the schedule comes out, both of these teams, they go right to the schedule and circle this one.
So make it a 25-yard PAT here for Mitchell Watts. DeSoto coming after this one, not able to get there. That is no good, though, wide to the left. So it will remain 13-6. There are flags down on the far sideline. And at least initially, Duncanville's Emmanuel Ellison is signaling that the penalty is on DeSoto.
So do you re-kick or do you go? Well, you get the yardage back then, right?
Yeah, you'll get the yardage back. It'll go back to the 3-yard line. Reginald Samples looking for some clarity here. The PA announcer in-house with a sense of humor tonight.
We'll do it again.
One more try for the PAT. So Watts with an opportunity to atone for the miss. Back at regular PAT length. And this one is good. Another flag. Right at the line of scrimmage.
Okay.
Is this one on DeSoto or Duncanville? We're going to try this again? Duncanville is continuing to the sideline. They seem to think that this is going to stick.
It just won't let the first quarter in.
Right.
But either way, I tell you what a back and forth affair now offensively. Both of these teams showing their firepower here early.
Ricky Herron looking for a number.
Personal foul. Illegal block below the waist. 15-yard penalty. Retry.
So we'll kick the PAT again, and this time it becomes, Heckma, very long.
Yeah, this is
This will now be a 36-yard PAT. They will place the ball at the 19-yard line. Shouldn't it be the 18? The normal line. Oh, you know what it was? Normally it's at the 3, 5-yard penalty to the 8. Then the penalty on DeSoto, it's half the distance. It goes to the 4, not the 3. Now a 15-yard penalty. We're doing math tonight here in Duncanville. Brings it to the 19-yard line, and it will be a 36-yard PAT here for the Duncanville kicker, Mitchell Watts. And the kick is good. Mitchell Watts says, I'm unfazed by any of this. Give me 4 tries at it. I got it. And it's 14-6 after all of that in favor of Duncanville.
I'll tell you what, 14-6 now, continuing with this trend for Duncanville. I believe Max Denson right now has kind of fell into a rhythm in this game with his wide receivers, you know, getting the ball out of his hands quickly down the field, in the middle of the field, but also on the outside. I love an offensive coordinator that can mix his calls up. And right now, Mike, that's what you're getting. And so this DeSoto defense, they're trying to figure out which angle are they hitting them from. A lot of times we come out on the field, we watch these games over and over, and we see, you know, look, offensive-minded coaches get caught in a rut of throwing the ball to a particular side, but not so much exposing the whole field. And that's what you see right now for the Panthers. So defensively for DeSoto, you talk about those names, they've got to kind of rein it in a little bit and figure this out stylistically, how to play this game.
DeSoto moving their kickoff return men up a little bit to try and account for the short kickoff. It's short again. Feaster lost it and just pounces on it. It looked like Feaster did get the football back. Duncanville saying that they have the football. No, Ricky Herron says it is DeSoto ball.
That would be a good sales job if they were able to just get that ball back. And this is just trying to high point the ball. It bounces, it checks up, man. And I don't think that Booby Feaster plays shortstop, but that's what he'd have to be able to get a handle on that one.
So 1st and 10 for the DeSoto Eagles. They will take over at their 26 on what will very likely be the final play of quarter number 1. Howell back in there, a quarterback. Again, you will see both he and Baker take the snap from center. Handoff goes nowhere. Ultimately only a loss of 1 because of forward progress. And that will be the final play of this first period. The -1 yard carry for Saran Baker, and it's 14-6 after 1. Max Denson with a pair of touchdown passes for the Panthers, and they lead on their home field on Friday Night Football.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas de Brazil, an experience for all senses. From the sizzle of skewers on the grill to the vibrant colors of our fresh offerings, Texas de Brazil is a feast for your eyes, ears, and taste buds. Second down and 11, handoff for Saran Baker, and he's eaten up on the near sideline. Jonathan Barnes there to make the tackle. Landon Barnes there as well. A loss of a couple, and it's going to be 3rd down and 13 for DeSoto.
Well, you're starting to see right now this defensive line is starting to get some penetration, and they are limiting that handoff that you get to Saran Baker. That's a great adjustment made by their defensive coordinator.
3rd down and 13 for DeSoto. Offensive coordinators Charles Williams and Kerry Sweeney leading an offense that averages 47 a game. Trying to dial something up here. Howell able to escape, looking deep downfield, has a man behind the defense on target. Yes, that is a catch. Cortland Jackson hauls it in and moves the chains. DeSoto into Duncanville territory.
And if you are the Duncanville Panther defense, you've got to be asking yourself, how do we get our hands on this guy? Landon Barnes coming from the outside. Looks like he is beelining towards Howell. Just can't get his hands on him. And, man, what a throw. He uncorks one to Jackson.
1st and 10 at the 48. A huge 3rd and 13 pickup by Legend Howell. He'll go to the air again, up the seam, looking for Feaster, wide open behind the defense. And Booby Feaster's in the end zone. Flag down at the line of scrimmage. May have been a free play. We'll check the flag, but Booby Feaster with a 48-yard touchdown reception. Oh my, wipe it all away.
How do you get a guy down the field on a design pass? You know, this is Booby Feaster just burning Braylon Edwards in the secondary. And I know at the safety position, Braylon Edwards has got to keep his eyes in the backfield looking for the run. But, man, you got a guy in Booby Feaster you got to keep track of. Great job by one, but, man, all of that negated by the penalty.
Instead of a 48-yard touchdown reception, it is merely 1st and 15 for DeSoto, now back on their own half of the field. Booby Feaster, yes, indeed, nicknamed after the legendary Booby Miles from Friday Night Lights fame. His father nicknamed him after Miles. They're going to go deep again, this time for Edmondson, nearly intercepted. Jonathan Barnes was there step for step in coverage and knocked it away.
Hey, JB, if he gets his head turned around, that's an INT. But that's great coverage, great protection as well by the DeSoto defensive line. You got 9 on 9 out here on the outside. That's something worth listening. That's something worth noting right there.
Barnes, the junior, 6'1", 185. Edmondson, a senior. Barnes winning that battle, and it's 2nd down and 15. They've got Feaster stacked up on the near side. He runs the slant, makes the catch, and nearly kept his feet, knocked down by Jonathan Barnes, who makes the play for the second straight down. A pickup of 7 on the play. It's 3rd and 8.
And both of these offensive coordinators are in their bag. And I love when we talk to the coach, Coach Mathis. He said, look, when you have a player like Booby Feaster, you move him all over the field. He may line up everywhere. So just be ready for it.
Mathis said it is a directive this season. It doesn't matter how, it doesn't matter where. Get him the football. Number 1 is the feature option for the DeSoto Eagles offense. What will they draw up here on 3rd down and 8? A handoff for Sarad Baker. Broke the first tackle, but the pile stacks him up at the 43-yard line, and it's going to be 4th and 5.
Again, defensively, you see this defensive line getting some wins down here. And I know for Coach Mathis, he is a little ticked off about that touchdown being called back because of the illegal man downfield. But if I am the Panthers, I don't even care if they go to punt formation. I keep my defense out there. I keep everybody lined up.
To possibly punt.
Even the public address announcer doesn't believe it. DeSoto out to possibly punt, he says. Sarad Baker is out on the football field. He was the one who caught it at the up back position and threw the fake punt last time. Timeout called by DeSoto prior to this 4th and 5. It is kind of right in that prime green light area on the football field where you might consider going for it if you're Claude Mathis. But maybe he feels he's gone to that well one too many times, or maybe he feels one more time would be one too many times. Hard to say, but we'll see what they decide to do out of this timeout.
I don't know if Claude Mathis ever believes that he can go to the well one too many times. I mean, this is a coach that is very aggressive. He believes supremely in himself as a coach and his players. So let's see what they come back out here. They bring the offense back out, Mike.
They do. Legend Howell back on the field. DeSoto will go for this. Roberto Juarez kind of spamming the chat. Byron Washington is at Syracuse now. Just to answer your question, asking over and over again, where is Byron? Byron Washington, the big offensive lineman for DeSoto, now at Syracuse. 4th down and 5. They've got to get to the 37. Flags at the snap. And it's going to become 4th and 10, and that may make Claude Mathis's decision a little easier. And here comes the punt unit.
5-yard penalty. Remains 4th down.
Penalties have been an issue so far in this football game, Heckma, for DeSoto.
Yes, it has, and it's killed some drives from them, and also taking points off the board. That's just something when you go in at half, you got to tell your squad, look, guys, we can't make these kinds of mistakes. Now, this is a very interesting punt formation.
Duncanville 48-yard line.
Yeah, trips.
This is unique.
Yeah, this is different.
3 guys to the top of that formation. The DeSoto punter, Deshaun Gordon, set back. Sarad Baker, the up back. They snapped it to him last time on the fake. They snap it to him again. He runs around in a circle and fires. Incomplete. Another fake punt for DeSoto. This one goes begging in and out of the hands of Damari Thurman, and it is Duncanville football.
Like I said, Mike, you said, will he go back to the well? He will go back to the well again. And, you know, very unique punt formation that pretty much signaled to the Duncanville Panthers that some trickery was afoot.
And because of that, now really good field position for Max Denson and this Duncanville offense. They have scored each of the 2 times they've had the football. Now they take over at their own 48.
First down and 10 Panthers from their own 48-yard line.
Penalties an issue for DeSoto tonight. 4th and 5 became 4th and 10 before they missed on the fake punt. Throw into the near side. Here goes Trenton Yancey trying to break tackles up the near sideline. He's got a first down into DeSoto territory at the 40.
Well, that's a smart man, that Trent Yancey. He understands that he has Zach Turner out in front, and he's just like, I'm going to run right behind Zebo. Look, I know that he can plow through this secondary, and we can pick up a first down.
Nice catch on the far side by Ellison, but it goes for maybe a gain of a yard as he was taken right into the defense by where that ball was thrown.
Yeah, and I think for me, Ace Theus, when he catches that ball, he just needs a little bit more space. Denson kind of throws it out a little too far, throws him off balance, doesn't give him an opportunity to make a play on it one-on-one.
A gain of a yard, and it's 2nd down and 9. DeSoto's defense giving up 26 a night, looking to make a stop here. They run the reverse, and it's read well, and Ace Theus is taken down in the backfield. J. Anthony Stevens, the one who read the play and got a hold of his ankle and made the initial hit.
And I tell you what, man, from Stevens coming up from his cornerback position, he just shoots this thing. He knows exactly he's trying to make that corner, but you got to throw a better block on the outside. Number 84, Walton, man, he just sees him jumping so fast, he can't get in between him and the runner.
Kadrian Redmond, the Texas Tech commit, there to finish him off. They call him Big Juicy, Heckma. Claude Mathis said, he's like, even he was like, I don't know if I'm going to call you Big Juicy, but if you start performing, I'll call you Big Juicy. He said it took about a week, and I was calling him Big Juicy. Kadrian Redmond makes the play. The throw near side for Zach Turner, his first catch of the game. A 3rd and long pickup, but it's going to be 4th down, and where are they going to spot this football? It's going to be 4th and 3. Ball at the 33-yard line. They've got to get to the 30 to move the chains, and it looks like Duncanville now will make a 4th down gamble.
Yeah, I'm going to refer to number 45 as Kadrian Redmond. Okay.
You don't want to call him Big Juicy?
Nah, I'm good. I'm good.
4th and 3 for Duncanville. Can they convert? Denson over the middle, complete, and breaking away up the near side. Trenton Yancey with a house call on 4th and 3.
What a play by Max Denson on 4th down. I talked about his confidence in him settling into this game, but that is, again, another strike for the junior inside to number 6, Trenton Yancey. All of these wide receivers, when they get the ball in their hands, Mike, they're looking up the field for yak, but they know that their fellow wide receivers will be getting blocks, and they run right behind that. I love to see guys blocking up the field like that for one another.
Trenton Yancey on the receiving end of Max Denson's 3rd touchdown pass of the day, and it is 21-6. Duncanville on their home field, playing some really good football.
Boy, I think if you're Coach Mathis right now, maybe you're kicking yourself because of those fake punts. Maybe you went to the well one too many times.
They did give them the football at the 48-yard line because of that most recent fake punt that went bust. And Duncanville pays it off with a quick touchdown drive. Max Denson now with 3 touchdown passes on the night. Trenton Yancey receiving the most recent one. Ace Theus and Emmanuel Ellison also with receiving scores this evening. And Duncanville has jumped out to a 21-6 lead on the DeSoto Eagles.
Let's see if they answer. You need it right now for your momentum. If you are the Eagles, you feel like right now the Panthers have all of it. Defensively, if you got to find an answer right now, this is a Duncanville team that is finding ways to slice and dice the secondary for the Panthers. They hadn't had an answer for it yet.
DeSoto has returned kickoffs for touchdowns in each of the last 2 meetings of this game. Claude Mathis said they worked on kickoff returns all this week. The short kickoff from Duncanville has been the strategy, Heckma, all night long. Clearly, Claude Mathis does not want to allow for that. Reginald Samples does not want to allow for that to happen again. The fair catch called for and made by Cason Holmes, and DeSoto's offense comes back on the field. It's special teams has been huge in this meeting through these years. A big punt return for a touchdown from Duncanville right before halftime in the 2021 game that really helped Duncanville pull away in that game. The 2 kickoff returns for DeSoto each of the last 2 years. It's been a big storyline in this game.
Yes, it has. And I tell you what, man, this Duncanville defense, they are doing a pretty good job up until this point.
Throw to the far side, incomplete. Trying to set up the screen for Cortland Jackson. It's probably a good thing that he didn't catch it because it would have been a loss of 5 on the play. Duncanville read it well.
Read that to a T. And you see, anytime you have one of those long passes like that, your defense is just going to turn and run. You just call that a pursuit drill.
Second and 10 here for Howell.
Silas on the carry for
Short run here for DeSoto. Nowhere to go for Jaquaylin Silas. First time we've called his name tonight. The senior 5'8", 170-pound scat back for DeSoto.
Great job up front by Dylan Williams. Again, this front for the Panthers, you know, they are doing a good job, but I think both of these secondaries, they have their hands full. It's third down. I would say all eyes on number 1.
They need the 40 for a first down. Howell pressured. Flag is going to fall for a hold. Over the middle, on target, and this is all going to come back. Antron Edmondson breaking away is going to score, and yet it's all going to come back on a hold deep in the DeSoto backfield. A 70-yard touchdown hookup. And that is a eternally frustrating moment for Claude Mathis and his coaching staff. Because you knew before Denson had even, before Howell had even released the football, that whatever happened on this play wasn't going to matter.
You know, the play pretty much breaks down, and Legend Howell at this point, he is improvising. That's the second time that we've seen him make a play like that. He made a play like that on the fourth down, third down, I believe it was, to Jackson. Again, if he has to improvise, these two quarterbacks going head-to-head against one another, they're both showing what they got. Unfortunately, holding penalty will erase another score for the Eagles.
Booby Feaster had a 48-yard touchdown reception erased by a penalty. An illegal man downfield call against DeSoto. Now Edmondson's touchdown negated by a holding penalty, and it's 3rd and 20 from the 20. Handoff, and Duncanville unfooled by the play. Landon Barnes with the tackle. It's 4th and a mile, and DeSoto will have to punt.
I think they punt for real this time, Mike.
Yeah. Yeah, you're not going for it on 4th and 20. 4th and 19, I guess they're going to officially say. Yeah, that's not happening.
back to possibly punt. Diaz is deep for Duncanville.
Public address announcer still doesn't believe it.
No, nobody
He's still
does.
saying back to possibly punt.
Nobody does.
Remember, I bet my salary already once tonight.
Don't
I'm not
do
going
it
to do it
again.
again, but yeah, they're punting the football.
Oh.
And this punt is not going very far. Wobbly kick that's going to take a Duncanville bounce. Oh, my. Down. Where are they going to spot this football? It looks like right at the 25-yard line, maybe the 26. It's going to be a 5 or 6 yard punt for DeSoto. And Duncanville, we thought they had good field position the last time DeSoto had a 4th down. They're going to take over. Looks like they're going to mark it at the 27. A 6 yard punt for DeSoto.
Man. Maybe that is the reason for the fake punts, Mike.
Yeah, maybe. And that makes it make a whole lot more sense. 1st and 10, Duncanville at the plus 27. Does Jason Lavender, their OC, dial up a jugular shot? Play action, deep up the near sideline. Incomplete. No flag is thrown. Zach Turner, the intended target, therefore there with him in coverage was J. Anthony Stevens.
You know, I'm going to give good coverage by Stevens, but it was a bunch of hand fighting down the field, and I love it when the referees don't throw a flag on plays like that. Let these guys play, because it was pretty even with the hand fighting down the boundary.
2nd down and 10, a huge spot here for this DeSoto defense. Can they stand up? Pressure coming off the edge. Denson saw it, threw it, connects, and it's a touchdown to Ace Theus. That is elite quarterback play from Max Denson. He saw the blitz coming, found his hot read, and it's a touchdown.
Oh, Clay Marshall, I can't wait till you play this one back, because this is some teach tape right here. Demarion Ross is screaming off the edge, but if it were not for Denson in that read, Mike, as you just stated, that would have been a tackle for a loss of sack. But man, great IQ and great pickup for Ace Theus' 2nd touchdown of the evening.
And it is 27-6 Duncanville. The Panthers have seized control of this football game, and it is because of their junior quarterback, Max Denson. 4 touchdown passes on the night. None of those plays more impressive than the one he just made because of the pressure he had on his face. That was a veteran play from a kid who's only starting his 4th game as the Duncanville quarterback.
That was a strike, and I'm telling you, you have to read it. You have to read it right away, but then you have to make sure that you know who is the hot read, and that was Ace Theus. Ace Theus going for the hat trick.
I'll tell you what, that's a heck of a hands catch by Ace Theus, too, over the middle. Went out and snatched that thing and found the end zone from 27 yards out. And Claude Mathis's DeSoto Eagles facing a gut punch type of moment right now. How do you respond?
Yeah, this isn't over. And what you have to do is just little by little. Defensively, you got to stop them. You got to find an answer in your secondary. You're throwing the kitchen sink at them. I don't, you know, the defensive coordinator, Rodney Chadwick II, you know, he is being aggressive coming after him. But, boy, you got to make sure you get home and don't allow an easy read like that for the young quarterback.
Another short kickoff, but an opportunity to return this one. Circling all the way around the far side is Cortland Jackson. Made the first man miss, but eventually the coverage team able to get there. Braylon Edwards with the tackle. A lot of running for Cortland Jackson, but not much in the way of actual north-south progress. And DeSoto will take over at their own 27-yard line.
Yeah, great hustle on the kickoff by Braylon Edwards, staying with it, pursuing, because he's coming all the way back to the other side of the field.
First and 10. Can Legend Howell and Sarad Baker get something going here? Baker on the carry. Only a gain of 2. Saw a comment in the YouTube feed a little while ago after Duncanville scored to make it 21-6, asking about the potential tiebreakers within this district if Duncanville is to win. And the scenario presents itself where Waxahachie, DeSoto, and Duncanville all finish with 1 district loss. It's a little complicated. 2nd down and 8, Feaster on the receiving end. If there's one kid who can get them back in the football game, it's this young man, and Feaster turns on the Jets. Booby, Feaster, house call. You want to win? Put Booby in. DeSoto with an answer.
I mean, and hence the name on the outside. What a play, but also a block set up by Antron Edmonds. I was talking about the blocking for the Duncanville Panthers wide receivers. You get that also for the Eagles. As Booby Feaster says, hey, let's calm down, guys.
That is a massive development in this football game, that Feaster was able to take over in that moment and find the end zone. Because it gives DeSoto some life, it gives them some energy, a little momentum back in this football game. Legend Howell to Booby Feaster for the touchdown, and it is 28-13.
And you receive, here's the, on the outside, looked like there was a hold, and man, that's Tell you what, they don't call it. Talk about a guy with some jets, and that's Booby Feaster. That's a great play design in order to get him out to the outside, but nobody's going to catch him.
Yeah, I can only imagine how many DeSoto fans after that play were looking around. Is there a flag? Where's the flag? Is there a flag?
Right.
Because they've had two already negated by penalty.
Finally, something happens in the positive end for the Eagles.
Yeah, Philip Pendleton saying that was a holding. Cornerback can't let that happen, though. State of Mind Fitness saying nice no hold call. Ultimately, it does stand as a touchdown for DeSoto. (28-13). We saw this game a year ago was 35-6 Duncanville. And then DeSoto Heckman nearly reeled him in, got within 35-20. And DeSoto on their home field had built some momentum, made a big 3-and-out stop of Duncanville, got the football back. Offense was driving deep in Duncanville territory. Is on the kickoff here. It's Braylon Arnold finding a seam. Braylon Arnold into DeSoto territory. Braden Arnold with a nice return for Duncanville as they look to respond to DeSoto's touchdown. But DeSoto was driving, Heckma, with an opportunity to make it hypothetically 35-27 and really make that thing tight. And a snap that went over the head of their quarterback, Keldon Ryan, was what basically ended their comeback attempt. Tonight, at least prior to this nice kickoff return from Braden Arnold, they started their comeback attempt a little earlier, and it is a two-score game once again here late in the second quarter.
Hey, limit the penalties, and this game is all tied up. I mean, this is the kind of game this has been. But for DeSoto, it's been the penalties that have been plaguing them.
1st and 10 at the DeSoto 42. Pressure on Denson immediately. Does get the throw away and in the direction of a receiver, Zach Turner. But a nice job by DeSoto to blow that play up.
Yeah, Aiden Marshall, again, coming right at Denson. And he does a great job of getting that ball off. Otherwise, it's going to be about a 10-yard loss.
Couple of questions in the YouTube feed to answer. No, KJ Ford is not playing tonight. We did address that off the top of the telecast, but it bears repeating. Suspended tonight, the second of a 2-game minimum suspension. He was suspended indefinitely, but minimum 2 games for his actions after the loss to Waxahachie. As Denson in trouble again, taken down for the sack. The blitz gets home. Jaden Randall finishing him off.
Tell you what, Jaden Randall, call him Big Red, screaming off the edge for the sack. That's the kind of pressure that DeSoto needed. You knew that defense was going to respond, and that's what I said. In order for them to get back in this game, they're going to have some defensive stops, and this is going to bring up a 3rd in Plano.
3rd and 20 here for Duncanville. They have to get to the 32 in DeSoto territory to move the chains. To respond to some of these questions about KJ Ford, he is not hurt. It was a suspension. The athletic director, Derek Roberson, confirming that for us. Head coach Reginald Samples as well earlier today. Delay a game here against Duncanville will make it 3rd and 25. They said it was an indefinite suspension, minimum 2 games. So he was out for their win over Skyline a week ago or 2 weeks ago, and out for this game as well. They had a bye week between Skyline and this date. And Derek Roberson said KJ Ford has handled the situation very well in the aftermath of a regrettable decision, in the aftermath of the upset loss to Waxahachie. He said the way that he has behaved, it certainly is going to end up probably being just those 2 games, that it was minimum going to be the UIL signed off and approved of Duncanville's suspension of KJ Ford in the way that they have handled it. They're going to take another delay of game, and it's going to be 3rd and 30. It is 3rd down. The graphic on your screen that is fed by the in-house scoreboard, it is 3rd down, not 4th down as it says on your screen and on the scoreboard. The official sticks on the far sideline do still say 3rd down.
Yeah, to that end, let me just say this, Mike. These are 17 and 18-year-old athletes that are making these mistakes. So no need to indict these guys to make them feel worse than what it already is. KJ Ford made a mistake. Okay.
Yes.
He's
as we all have.
Yeah. Yes. And he's being suspended. And he's literally handled it the way that you would expect, or the way that you would want for your four-star athlete to handle it. And that's a great deal by him, being remorseful.
Ace Theus chased down from behind. He is ruled down. Theus thought that he was on top of bodies and that he was still alive. It was 3rd down and 30. They've been a little bit delinquent in updating the in-house scoreboard. It still said 4th and 25. It was 3rd down and 30. Nowhere near enough here on the screen to Theus, and Duncanville will have to punt it away.
Oh, his elbow went down, but he was on top of bodies there. That's the good deal by the officials, blowing that one dead.
So DeSoto with a very important stop. And the punt is away for Duncanville. It will check up and take a Duncanville bounce, rolling dead at the 11-yard line, and that's where DeSoto will take back over. As we hit the 2-minute timeout, an opportunity to answer one more question in the YouTube feed asking about the possibility again of a 3-way tie. And I thought it was very interesting how frank Reginald Samples was about this when we spoke to him earlier this week. He said the way that it's going to work, if it works out that way, and he was very, very clear to be deferential to the Lancasters and the Cedar Hills of the world, like, hey, there's still more games to be played for everybody. They're in the mix here as well. But it is probably likeliest, if Duncanville wins tonight, for Duncanville, DeSoto, and Waxahachie all to end with 1 loss in district play. In that scenario, DeSoto will absolutely go 6A D2. Duncanville and Waxahachie will almost certainly go 6A D1. He said in that scenario, it's just going to default back to, he was pretty sure, he wasn't 1,000% clear, but he was pretty sure that it would just default back to their head-to-head result. And he said he wouldn't want it to be any other way. He's like, I don't want to get a one-up on somebody else because of points and a tiebreaker. So, like, they beat us head-to-head, they deserve the top seed in 6A D1 if that's the way that it does indeed shake out. But DeSoto's hoping that they can make a comeback tonight, and they've got their offense back on the football field here late in this second quarter with an opportunity to do something about it as Sarad Baker breaks some tackles in the backfield and turns that into quite a nice run when it looked like he could have been dead to rights, Heckma in the backfield.
Yeah, I thought he was down. I thought he was tackled, but that's a great job by Baker getting out of pressure. You see it right here. Number 8 has him.
Oh, that could have been a face mask, too.
Yes, it could have.
I think that was what Claude Mathis was asking for on that far sideline. Again, up the middle they go. Enough for the first down and then some as the clock will continue to burn. DeSoto has 1 timeout left. Duncanville is without timeouts remaining in this half. Duncanville has the football to start the third quarter. Baker out the back door, a nice cut. He's got the first down and then some. Made a man miss, and he's out of bounds on the far sideline at the 46.
What a move, though, by Baker. You look at him setting up this block, but also defenders one-on-one. Here, you think you have a beat on him, and 5 shakes you out of your spat. Great run by Sarad Baker.
1st and 10 at the 46, still in DeSoto territory, but making some progress now. $1:15 in this second quarter. Another high snap.
Oh, man.
Nice move again in the interior. This time by Jaqueline Silas. Able to make that into a 2-yard gain. DeSoto does need to hurry at this point now. A minute even on the clock and just the 1 timeout to work with. Howell hits the escape hatch, and out of bounds quickly on the far sideline is Cortland Jackson.
And I'll tell you what, the Eagles are going quick, not wasting any time. I love the energy that this offensive line has come out with.
3rd down and 6.
To answer Anthony Bassey's question about who would win the district in the case of a 3-way tie, Samples said it would just be tri-champs, that they would just share a district title in that scenario. Nowhere to go for Baker there on 3rd down and 5. DeSoto considering their options. It's 4th down and 6 now. They cannot let the clock expire in full. There's about a 4-second differential between play clock and game clock. And now DeSoto is going to call timeout. This is an interesting decision because if you don't convert, now you're going to give the football back to Duncanville with time to do something with the ball. If you had let the clock expire to the point where your play clock was going to run out, there would only be 4 seconds in the half. And hypothetically, you could have just said, hey, let's just use these 4 seconds, fire it deep, see if a Hail Mary will pop. If it does, great, we score. If not, it's halftime and it's 28-13. Now with this timeout, you've done two things. You've opened up the possibility that you convert on 4th and 6, and now you've got time to continue this drive. But you've also opened up the door to possibly Duncanville making something of these last 30 seconds.
And oh, by the way, now you don't have any timeouts either. So you can't stop the clock again.
Yeah.
So you kind of put yourself in a pickle. You got to go for it all right now.
30 seconds even on the clock. 4th down and 6 from midfield. They need the 44 to move the chains. Howell, quick throw, far side. They will convert. Out of bounds on the far sideline. With the first down is LaDainian Wall, the senior. Just his 4th reception of the year. And it's a pivotal one here late in this second quarter. 1st and 10 at the 39.
I like this formation that they're coming out of, the Twins.
24 seconds to work with. Feaster on the near sideline. In and out of his hands. They tried to hit him. He's just kind of settled down in that spot and caught a few balls already tonight, Heckma.
Well, he's got a 10-yard cushion on the outside, and I think that's the reason why they continue to go back to it. You know, right now, Legend Howell is trying to keep his eyes up the field and find the receivers with just 20 seconds left, but he recognizes that, look, Booby Feaster has a 10-yard cushion. If he just puts that on him and allow his playmaker to make a play, maybe something special happens.
2nd and 10. Howell protected, fires up the seam looking for Baker.
Whoa.
Did Sarad Baker make that catch? Are you kidding me? That is sensational work from Sarad Baker, the junior.
Whoa. What a catch.
I think that really is a catch. That ball did not look like it hit the ground. That is unbelievable work by Sarad Baker.
Clay Marshall, can we see that one more time? What a catch.
This is outrageous.
Man-to-man with Jalen Manning. Manning trailing, but man.
His forearm's under that ball. That ball never hits the ground.
Yikes.
Braylon Edwards gets up thinking for sure it's incomplete.
No way. What a catch.
Claude Mathis said to us this week, Sarad Baker, he raved about the season Baker is having. And he said, if this dude comes out and balls out the way that I know he can in this game on this stage with the whole world watching, he said he's going to blow up.
Wow.
And oh my, did that play ever make a profit out of Claude Mathis. Special stuff from Sarad Baker. Mark Anthony, top 10. Sug got it, says no words, no way. 1st and goal, DeSoto. Howell to the end zone, double coverage looking for Feaster. It got to him, and he caught it for the touchdown. DeSoto with 2 TDs before halftime, and it's 28-19. There's a player down for Duncanville. That's what the whistles are for. Braden Arnold, the sophomore, being tended to by the training staff, but it is a touchdown for DeSoto.
Yeah,
what a drive from the Eagles.
Yeah, that was a drive, and that's all set up by Howell, but look at this one. He puts it right in the corner, and Booby's down there somewhere. That's all Howell said. Booby's down there somewhere. Man, this kid has a great pair of hands on him.
Booby Feaster with his 2nd touchdown reception of the day. It is 28-19 right now. As Braden Arnold is back on his feet. and walking off under his own power. It looked cramp-like the way that he immediately grabbed at his calf, and you hope that that's all it is, as the training staff, Alec Hawkins, Paola Cabrera, Jessica Uselding helping him off the field right now. But what a moment, Heckma, for Claude Mathis's DeSoto Eagles, down 28-6, just 5 minutes of game time ago, 4 minutes and 59 seconds ago. Are they negating the touchdown? Or is this going to be after the touchdown, maybe a celebration penalty? Yeah. That's what it is.
Yes.
It is a celebration penalty after the touchdown. So the touchdown stands, but now similar to what Duncanville dealt with earlier in this half, a very long PAT coming for Jacob Flores.
So we've had both of these kickers tested today by way of PATs.
This one is more important, though, because this is the difference between a 2-possession and a 1-possession game, whether this goes through for Jacob Flores. Snap is good, hold is down, kick has enough leg and is good. A clutch PAT from Jacob Flores, and it is 28-20. And Claude Mathis says, Mike, why are you questioning my timeouts, man? What are you talking about? I knew what I was doing. That timeout with 30 seconds, heck, it worked out brilliantly.
It could have been disaster, okay? and I guess genius is always teetering on disaster, but he needed an improbable catch from Sarad Baker to make himself look like a genius, because, oh my goodness, what a catch by Baker to get these guys in scoring position. As you get another look at this.
Stop it.
Man, that is incredible. That is incredible.
Wow.
And talk about coming up big in big moments. Baker does exactly that.
Reese in the YouTube comment says, come on, DeSoto, and I will merely read the acronym. You guys will understand where I'm going, where he's going with this. Shake TF back.
Okay.
Have they ever? Late in this half, 28-20.
Wait a minute. Shake TF back? I like that. I like it.
Listen,
Shake back, baby.
I'm not going to go any farther than that. I'm just going to leave it at that.
I love you, Mike, man. You're the best, son. Shake TF back.
That's how he even typed it out. I'm not even paraphrasing. Yancey on the return, nowhere to go, and my word, will DeSoto go into halftime with a surge of confidence, Heckma Harrison?
Yeah, this is the momentum swing. It swung. And I think DeSoto needed that defensively. They needed to get a stop, which they did. But, man, you come up big like that and Boobie Feaster caps it off with a score. Man, when you're going into halftime, this is one of those times in a game where you got to get your guys, if you're Coach Reginald Samples, to respond to this moment. They didn't think that they knocked the Eagles out. When they come out to the second half, and they are getting the ball, which is important.
Yes, it will be Duncanville ball to start the second half, which will come in 28 minutes time. 28-20. Duncanville with the lead, but DeSoto with back-to-back Boobie Feaster touchdowns. And we have ourselves a football game tonight here in Duncanville. Heckma Harrison, this has been every bit the show we thought it would be.
Yeah, instant classic, and the reason why this stadium is filled right now, and there's a line around this building to get in. I absolutely love it, and man, I anticipate an instant classic for the second half.
Edmund Moore in the YouTube comments says it in a phrase, what a half of football that was. Duncanville raced out on them. Looked like they may run away and hide from Duncanville, from DeSoto. DeSoto has absolutely shaken back. Yes. And we've got ourselves a football game. The Children's Health Andrews Institute halftime show after this on Friday Night Football.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Dunkus.
the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delcas.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
And now, the Friday Night Football halftime show, sponsored by the Children's Health Andrews Institute.
And first up on the Friday Night Football halftime show, the teams from DeSoto. First up, the DeSoto Eagle Band under the direction of Delton Brown, and the DeSoto Eaglettes, their dance and drill team under the direction of Mashundra Gray. We hope you enjoy the show.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Eaglettes.
Our thanks to the DeSoto Eagle Band and the DeSoto Eaglettes for a terrific halftime show. Next up, the Duncanville High School Band. Paula Tagalos, their director, of the Duncanville High School Color Guard, under the direction of Michael Shapiro. Taking the field now. We hope you enjoy the show.
To the center of the field and welcome the heart of Duncanville, Texas. The beautiful and award-winning Duncanville High School hi-hats featuring the showstoppers and mini hi-hats. The 2025-2026 hi-hat officers are first Junior Lieutenant Vanessa Garfield. Second hi-hat is Danny Daniels. 45 Denario Gold. Hi-hat of the week is Sarah Reed. Spirit Dancer of the week is Janiyah Coates. The hi-hats are under the direction of Miss Brianna Dawson, Assistant Director, Miss Erin Roloff. Tonight, the hi-hats will perform a jazz routine to Bad Habits. Take it away, ladies.
Aiden, only movement 1 from 3.
They are your 3-time UIL State Marching Band champions. They hold a Texas 6A record, the most appearances of the UIL State Marching Band Championship. Please welcome to the field the 2025 Duncanville High School Marching Band. The DHS Marching Band is led onto the field today by drum majors Jaden Neal, Aiden Chavez, and Gabriel Torres. The Duncanville High School Band is led by directors Paula Tagalis, Lion Brown, Gilberto Diaz, Dylan Ryan, and Director of Marching Band Savannah Hutcherson. The Duncanville Color Guard is directed by Jake Mooney. Tonight, the Duncanville Band will perform parts 1 through 4A of their 2025 show titled The Wilder West.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause to the 2025 Duncanville High School Marching Band. We would like to thank and recognize the support of
Our thanks to the Duncanville and DeSoto bands and drill teams, a terrific halftime show.
and the entire Duncanville community.
The Children's Health Andrews Institute Friday Night Football halftime show has come to an end. Let's go ahead and show you the highlights from the first half of this football game because, Heckma Harrison, we've got a barn burner on our hands. Duncanville started this game very well. The touchdown pass from Max Denson to Emmanuel Ellison. They led 7-0 only 3.5 minutes in, but Sarad Baker would have an answer.
Yeah, Baker right there, he shows you weaving in and out of traffic. He was just getting started as far as big plays were concerned.
Back came Duncanville, though. The swing pass to Ace Theus, and Ace Theus has some absolute speed.
Yeah, he turned on the burners right there, and he throws up the peace sign at the 5-yard line.
More from Duncanville in the second quarter, this time on a 4th and 3, and Trenton Yancey did the work here. Max Denson with a nice delivery over the middle. It was 21-6, and then this was Denson's best play of the half. Over the middle, facing the blitz, finding Theus. It was 28-6. Heckma, it looked like Duncanville was going to run away and hide in this one. But has DeSoto ever found themselves a comeback? Booby Feaster, a 71-yard touchdown reception. The catch and run, he ran away from everybody, and it was 28-13. And then maybe the play of the year so far on Friday Night Football by Sarad Baker.
Yeah, this is laying out and putting it all on the line to make a play. We were questioning right there Claude Mathis' decision to let that time run off the clock before he called a timeout. But boy, he clocked it in, and then Booby Feaster just cashed the check.
Booby Feaster paying off the big touchdown, the big catch by Sarad Baker with the touchdown reception. And we've got ourselves a football game, 28-20. The lead for Duncanville, but the momentum to DeSoto at halftime of this football game. Clay Marshall, let's go ahead and show the halftime stats as we are not quite ready for kickoff of this second half. 28-20, the tally in favor of Duncanville. DeSoto outgaining them in total yards by 33. But Heckma, about as even a football game as we were expecting coming in.
In pretty much every way. And I think the penalties, for one, DeSoto, if you think about it, you go back to those touchdowns that were taking off of the board, it was because of 2 of those penalties. One a hold and another one an illegal man downfield. That makes the difference in this football game.
The penalties have been an issue, especially for, it feels like even though the tally is pretty similar, they've been more damaging so far for DeSoto. 2 touchdowns taken off the board, and honestly, a really big moment in this football game was, I believe, the touchdown drive where Duncanville made it 14-6. Early in that drive, a sack by Aiden Miner that would have made it 3rd and forever. Instead of face mask on Miner, gave Duncanville a fresh set of downs, and they'd go down and score again to make it 14-6. That was a huge turning point in this game.
Yeah, it was. And I tell you what, there have not been any turnovers yet. And so I think that's going to be an emphasis here. If I'm the Duncanville Panthers, I'm trying to turn this ball over. Look, here's the deal. I think for Claude Mathis, he has been gambling. He gambled that entire first half. Now it's all about, now that you're behind by 8 points, a score basically, look, you got to play it close to your vest down the line because every mistake is going to count. I'm just, look, so evenly matched. You know, the pendulum swung as far as the momentum.
Yeah.
How this thing is going to end, I still don't think anyone knows. You got to ask the chat. Yeah, you got to ask the chat. Who do they have, man? We've had some pretty interesting comments all night. Asking for DeSoto to shake back, and then shake back they did.
They did indeed. Right now, everybody's still talking about the halftime performance from the 2 bands. We appreciate you tuning in for that as well. 3,500 of you with us right now on the WFAA YouTube channel. Please share this feed around as we are underway in quarter number 3. From the 22-yard line, it's Yancey trying to come to the near sideline. Has some blockers in front. Yancey trying to run away into DeSoto territory. A nice return from the junior wide receiver.
My God, and you see that speed. We were talking about Ace Theus, but then you have Trenton Yancey that you could see, man, he has some burners. Look at him taking it from the 20 and coming back against the grain. And this the Eagles defense, excuse me, the kickoff team trying to trail, catch this guy. Man, you just see the speed there from number 6, Trenton Yancey.
In years past, it has been DeSoto's kickoff return team that has tilted this game in their direction in a number of different points. Tonight, it's been Duncanville in the special teams that has had the better of play, and they set themselves up with great field position again. 1st and 10 at the 45. Lowering his shoulders, Robert Singleton pushes the pile for 3.
Yeah, Robert Singleton had an imprint there in the first quarter. I think they went away from that running game and just allowed Max Denson to do his thing. And look, you talk about a guy that's showing some promise coming into his own. I said it in the open. He has to show that he belongs. And on that one play that he threw it into Ace Theus, threading the needle, I think that was the moment where you understand this kid he just showed up.
2nd down and 7. Denson with those 4 first-half touchdown passes nearly was intercepted. Should have been intercepted, and Aiden Marshall knew it, jumping up and down, frustrated that he didn't pull that one in.
I said it at the beginning of this half that, look, there hadn't been any turnovers. Somebody's going to turn this ball over.
It'll be 3rd down and 3. Could have been 1st and 10 for DeSoto. Denson whistles at the snap. Looks like it may be on DeSoto based on the preliminary signal.
Got Zach Turner.
Offside. Defense, number 8, unabated to the quarterback.
Replay. They blow that dead. And got Zach Turner coming in, going in motion. They come off sides, but man, he found Ace Theus, but it was blown dead before then.
So call it 3rd and 2. They have to get to the 35 to move the chains. Up the middle, into the pile, falling forward. It looks like it's going to be just enough for a first down. It is for Braden Arnold, the sophomore.
You love that when you get a running back down in that scrum, and then the offensive line just does the rest of pushing him to the sticks.
Mark Anthony in the YouTube comments saying it'll be a 45-38 DeSoto Eagles win, calling his shot early here in the 3rd quarter. 1st and 10 at the 35. Swing pass. That skipped its way to Trenton Yancey. Did a good job to try and sell it. The officials are all over it. Incomplete at 2nd and 10.
Not many errant throws here from Denson, but that was the first. Seemed like the pace that we were playing in the first half, Duncanville has slowed it down a little bit here.
Denson over the middle, in and out of the hands of Theus. It was a great read by Denson, and he put it right on him.
Yeah, put it right on him and put it right on him in between 2 defenders, and that's just another miss. We've seen a few drops in this game, and I believe that's the 2nd one from Ace Theus, although he's had a heck of a night.
Yes. A couple of touchdowns already. But now it's 3rd and 10 as a result. They've got to get to the 25. Denson. Time, fires on target, first down. Trenton Yancey again fighting his way inside the 20.
I'd say, just look at this, man. This throw has some mustard on it. And a great job setting up at the sticks.
Quickly back to the line and a pickup of 2 as Duncanville went fast there.
Okay. changing up speeds on us now.
Yeah.
They're taking a little time off the clock, and now they go right back to the line of scrimmage quick.
Tell you what, Max Denson is impressive.
Yes, he is.
Only his 4th start. Duncanville's schedule this year is wonky. They had 3 bye weeks in the first 6 weeks of the season. Frankly, not a lot of teams want to play Duncanville. They don't want to get boat raced, and that's what they do to most teams. He's had to kind of work his way into this season, but has he ever played well tonight? And he's got his 5th touchdown pass of the night. This one goes to Zach Turner, his 5th different target. Touchdown, Duncanville.
I tell you why this kid is one of my favorite high school football players. You see it right here. Big body, just boxing out these guys, and boy, that one touched the ground. They still call that a touchdown, Mike. That was close. Oh, wee, that's close. Ouch.
Heckma Harrison saved that one. We will come back in just a second here, Clay Marshall. Zach Turner with the touchdown reception. 34-20 the tally as Mitchell Watts comes on for his 5th PAT of the night. And punches this one through as well. One more look at this one here.
And it's just at the end of the play, secures the catch, but that thing is moving. But the referee's right there.
He's right on top of it, but I'm with you, Heckma. I think this should have been an incomplete pass. As he comes to the ground, it very clearly comes out of his grasp, and the ground obviously caused that. Wow. Again, no review in Texas high school football until we get to the 12-state title game, so it's done. It's over. It's in the books. It's a touchdown for Duncanville, but that one was borderline at minimum.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and get to what we know about coming out of half. That's a big-time drive right there for the Duncanville Panthers after momentum being stolen from them going into the half.
Yes.
That's an answer.
Huge response from Reginald Sample's team, no question. Interesting how this game mirrors last year's game. It was 35-20 in the 4th quarter a year ago, DeSoto and Duncanville. That kickoff is going to stay in bounds, and Sarad Baker's going to have to field it at the 11-yard line. Baker's got some blockers, and Baker's got some speed. If he can make a man miss around the corner and out of bounds, out across the 25-yard line, it looked like he was hunting for something really big for a moment.
Because that thing was blocked up. From our vantage point, it looked like in between the numbers in the boundary, he was going to have an opportunity. You see it right here from this angle. Look at him come around the horn. And it was right about here where your eyebrow starts to raise because it looked like he had a lane. But you got to credit the speed of that Duncanville kickoff team.
So the 18-yard touchdown pass from Denson to Zach Turner, Max Denson's 5th touchdown pass of the night.
Number 5.
Oh, what are they going to have?
5-yard penalty. We added to the end of the run.
Oh.
First down.
So tack 5 more on it.
Thinking maybe a re-kick, but not so fast.
I think if tonight had gone differently in special teams, Claude Mathis may have been inclined to make them re-kick. The way that Duncanville has kicked off short and has forced up-backs to field the football, that one kind of went to nowhere, and it looked like it was going to go out of bounds. Checked up nicely for Duncanville, and Baker had to field it. Duncanville has done a nice job kicking the ball off tonight, as Baker on the first play of the possession goes right up the middle. Give him 8 on the carry.
I love this Sarad Baker kid, man. What he has been doing one heck of a job tonight. And he capped it off for me with the catch.
On 2nd and 1, it will be enough for a first down, a carry for 2, and they move the chains.
Picks up enough for the DeSoto first down.
Yeah, the catch that Baker made in the first half is one that is likely to go viral through the evening. The one-handed, left-handed, sprawled out grab inside the 10. Now he'll get the carry once again and meets in the hole the other number 5, Jalen Manning, and kind of shrugged him off of him.
Now this is a battle. These two are, this is a battle. These two have been meeting a lot. And this Jalen Manning, he's a man, okay? 6'2", 225. I've been bragging on him all afternoon, all evening.
He made an interception late in last year's game that helped to salt that game away. 2nd down and 8, near side. The completion to Cortland Jackson, who struggled his way for a yard. It is tough sledding in there right now. These defenses are flying around.
Well, they've seen that play so many times in that twins formation, and they're stacking them on the outside. When they do it with Booby, that's how they scored on them before. They're using that outside receiver to block and push guys back in. They're taking the proper angle now.
3rd down and 7. 3rd quarter of DeSoto Duncanville. Howell stepping up, finds a man over the middle. Nice play to find the completion.
Great job.
LaDainian Wall, the reception, and it's a 1st down. He did get crumpled up awkwardly at the end of that play, and he is down afterward. Yeah. His knee got twisted in a direction you do not want to see.
Yeah, it was stuck underneath him. But this is a great job by Howell. Look at him looking off defenders, looking to the outside, but then throwing it back to the inside, and ouchie.
Honestly, on second look, it didn't look as bad as it did at first. Live, that looked worse than that replay seemed to look, but that still looked painful for LaDainian Wall, the senior wide receiver. He's got a couple catches tonight. He came into the week with only 3 receptions, so he's making a big impact this evening and still down after the play.
Yeah, I guess young bones, man. I'm always fascinated by that because the cringe that I had after that catch, I thought he was hurt, but man, just good job to see him get up and walk off of the field.
He is going to go back down now.
At Frost Bank, we believe everyone is significant, so we treat them that way. Customers can count on Frost to provide them.
You wonder if maybe he thought, hey, you know what, I'm not that bad, and then you get back up on your feet and it concerns you maybe a little bit more as you put weight on it that first time. They'll help him to his feet once again, and now he will walk off under his own power. That's a great sign for LaDainian Wall. Mark Duffy, the senior captain, their starting tight end, with a word of encouragement for him as he walked off the field.
Mark Duffy, a big old kid, boy, 5'8", 210.
He's a big boy, that starting tight end for DeSoto.
Born with great pad leverage.
Yes, he was. 1st and 10 after the reception by Wall at the 42. Baker following a blocker into the hole and dug out nicely underneath. A really good play at the bottom of the pile by Dylan Williams.
You see right there, you say dug out. That's exactly what Dylan Williams said. Look, he is fighting inside. And this has been a tough matchup at the line of scrimmage. The point of attack is so important for both of these teams. Offensive line and defensive line. What a battle in the trenches.
2nd down and 10. Baker just swallowed up in the interior. Landon Barnes with the tackle.
4-star Ole Miss commit doing a wonderful job on the outside. And I tell you what, I got to give these Panthers some credit, man. They have been doing a good job in KJ Ford's absence.
Yes.
But there has been some drives where you know KJ Ford's imprint would have been on a game like this. Those times that Legend Howell sat back in the pocket and made some throws.
3rd down and 10. You got to imagine they're going to the air here with Howell.
Got to get pressure.
4-man rush. Pressure coming off the edge, and it is Barnes who gets the sack. Landon Barnes says, KJ, I got you. Big sack, and it's 4th and long for DeSoto.
Yeah, pressure is there coming around the corner, and man, this is man on the outside, and there is no way that LaRon Whitehead can stop what's coming at him. He does everything he possibly can, but that's just, that's a mismatch. You got a 5'7", 300-pound LaRon Whitehead going up against a 6'4", 245 Landon Barnes.
And Sarad Baker was over there but didn't see where the rush was coming from and didn't get a chip on Landon Barnes. Another punt that checks up and takes a Duncanville bounce down at the 32-yard line, and the Panthers come back on offense. Heckma with a 2-score lead and an opportunity here with Max Denson throwing that pill around the way he is tonight to go take a stranglehold of this football game.
Yeah, and here's the deal. I think that offensively you've come out here in the third quarter and you're playing so well. Coach Lavender, Jason Lavender, their offensive coordinator, I'm sure for him, it's like, look, let's take advantage of our ground game. Our offensive line is starting to pour it on. Let's take our shots when we have to.
1st and 10 for Duncanville at their own 33. It's an opportunity for Duncanville. It is a must stop here for this DeSoto defense. Can they make a play? Theus on the screen. Stonewalled at the 40, but a pickup of 7 on the first play of the possession.
Yeah, that's just a running play. And you get it out there to Ace Theus, and you know mano a mano, he can make a move, and you see it right here. Great pickup.
Second down and 3 for Duncanville.
It sent shockwaves around the state when Duncanville lost to Waxahachie back in September. They led that game 27-9, and they kind of feel like they ran out of gas, and Waxahachie reeled them in. Near sideline, complete, yes indeed, to Zach Turner, and they'll move the chains again. The football is out to midfield. Duncanville's trying to send a message tonight, Heckma Harrison, that the rumors of their demise were premature.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that's just one of those games. When you talk to this coaching staff, they realize that early scheduling, it really impacted them. They ran out of gas, as you said it, Mike, and you got to make sure that your guys are ready to play a complete game. They just hadn't had a look. They've had, 3 bye weeks so far in their season?
Yes, 3 bye weeks in the first 6 weeks of the season. This is week 7. It is only their 4th game. They had a bye week, week 1. They played South Oak Cliff. We were here for that game, week 2, a 35-28 win for Duncanville. Then they had another bye week on September 12th, then played Waxahachie. They were playing their 2nd game of the year. Waxahachie was playing their 4th. Now, I do not mean, if there's anybody sitting in Waxahachie watching this game right now, I don't mean to take anything away from what they accomplished, because they have been a program that has been on the rise the last couple of years.
Absolutely.
Jaquan Snell put himself on the map with the way that he performed in that football game, and they went out and took that game in the 3rd and 4th quarter. No question about it. But it does matter that was only Duncanville's 2nd game. Then they had another bye week after they played Skyline last week before this game. So it has been a very weird schedule so far this year for Reginald Sample's team. It would seem they are just fine. Blitz coming off the edge, and Denson sees it and hits his man Ellison. And Emmanuel Ellison's gonna run away from everybody. Touchdown Duncanville, 50 yards. Max Denson sees it all.
Rodney Chadwick and Tony Holmes send a corner blitz, and Max Denson identifies it right away from the line of scrimmage and gets that ball out of his hands quick to Emmanuel Ellison. And at that point, Emmanuel Ellison is man-to-man with Demarion Ross. And I love this kid, Demarion Ross, but he does not have the wheels to catch up with Emmanuel Ellison with the ball in his hands.
Well, especially with that much space to cover. Ellison had the whole field to try and make him miss, and runs away for the touchdown. Max Denson, now twice tonight on touchdown passes alone, has seen a blitz coming, diagnosed it, made the right read, and delivered the football on time and on target for a touchdown. He is reason number one right now that Duncanville has this 42-20 lead. He has been spectacular.
Maximus, the great King Denson, Mike Leslie, to you.
And to everybody after this performance tonight.
What a game. And I'm telling you, I
bow down before the king.
Immediately. And before this game and our discussions, man, with production about these two teams, we knew that it was going to come down to both of these quarterbacks making plays because the defense was going to throw the kitchen sink at them. I think for Max Denson, the way that he's come out and responded, threaded the needle, reading the defenses, making the smart plays, has just shown you that this is a young man that obviously they made the right decision giving him the starting position. And I'm telling you, he's going to be another one of those quarterbacks here at the for the Duncanville Panthers.
Yeah.
To go into that list of the Jaquindon Jacksons and on and on. And
Keelan Russell,
and on and on.
Buddy, he's been really, really good tonight. 42-20, Duncanville with the lead. Strangely, the exact final score a year ago. A lot of time still left for DeSoto to do something about it. And their first opportunity here at a real kickoff return, a nice return by Sarad Baker out to the 39-yard line, and they will need to get to work very quickly. Saw a YouTube comment a moment ago. I've got to scroll back up to find this because I thought this was perfect how to kind of describe what this game is, what this game means, what these communities mean to one another. Sean Jones says in the YouTube comments, come Saturday night, win or lose, Duncanville and DeSoto fans will be at the same clubs, then the same church on Sunday morning.
Yes.
These people know each other so very well and appreciate one another, respect one another. They want a battle tonight. Both these fan bases want a win tonight and want bragging rights at the club tomorrow night, at church on Sunday morning, but they love each other too. Nice run here on the first play of the possession by Jaquaylin Silas. Picking up 7, give him 8 on the first play of the possession here for DeSoto. Heck, but DeSoto now needs to hurry.
Yeah, they have to. The time is very important.
Near side, the throw is incomplete. Antron Edmondson tried to sell it, that he hauled that in for a first down. Instead, it will be 3rd and 2.
Yeah, you talk about as far as church. I go to Antioch Church right here off of Hampton, and I know for sure that there are plenty of young men that from Duncanville and DeSoto that attend that church. So it's a great atmosphere always in this community.
Silas with the carry, a pickup of 3 on 3rd and 2 and a first down.
But yeah, you were talking about the timing. 3 minutes left here, 3:32 left here in the third quarter. They just got to strike.
Silas again, lost the football, loose on the deck. Duncanville football. Victor Lincoln with the recovery. Victor Lincoln may have been one of only 1 or 2 guys on the field that knew there was a fumble. That ball squirted loose from Silas. Watch this again.
And that's Byron Thompson on the outside. Boy, I tell you what, man, that is the way you get it done. I said it at the beginning of this half, that both of these teams, neither one of them had a turnover, and it was going to come down to who turned the ball over first. And that was the DeSoto Eagles.
Victor Lincoln, while being blocked by Booby Feaster. Yeah. Feaster, with the play happening behind him, didn't see that the ball was loose until it was in the grasp of Lincoln. And it's 1st and 10 for Duncanville at their own 46, again with good field position, and now with a 3-score lead.
Oh, man. That went over the head, but that was read perfectly by the Eagles defense.
Sailed over his head. 2nd down and 10.
It hadn't been perfect, though. Hadn't been perfect for Denson. But
no.
Boys, he made some throws some perfect throws, though.
He's made some perfect throws, some perfect reads. He's made a lot of big-time plays tonight. Second down and 10. Pressure on the DeSoto defense. You've got to basically get a 3 and out right now. 2 plays, 2 good stops. No gain on the play for Robert Singleton. The interior defense for DeSoto up to the task. And it's 3rd and 10.
We got 2 helmets rolling around out there.
Aiden Minor, one of the kids that lost a hat.
And Travis Norris, number 56.
Yeah.
He's had himself one heck of a game, number 56. The sophomore, 6'4", 320 pounds. Where in the heck do you find a 15-year-old that is 6'4", 320 pounds?
3rd and 10. Denson. Is it caught? Officials conferring no, incomplete. Zach Turner tried to get his forearms underneath this one, couldn't quite haul it in.
That's tipped at the last minute. You see that? Oh, wow.
I think they're right. I think it did bobble just enough out of his grasp, but he made a heck of an effort at it.
Yes, he did. Had his eyes on it, but again, last minute, you see that glove, I believe it was a red glove, come up and tip the ball.
That is only the 7th incompletion of the night for Maximus Denson. 18 to 25 for 286 yards and 6 passing touchdowns. High snap. Nearly blocked was that punt. The punt's going nowhere. Takes a Duncanville bounce. Now bounces back DeSoto's way to the 36. Very, very important 3 and out put together there by the DeSoto defense to keep themselves in this football game.
Yeah, and then you only let about a minute go off of the clock. So still, DeSoto with an opportunity here, but you got to strike quick.
Nexus Yang saying this game isn't over, but there's a lot of ground to make up. That is for sure. There is a big mountain to climb for the DeSoto Eagles. We saw them get close in this game a year ago. Came back to make it 35-20. They were driving, looking to make it a 1-score game. Can they make a comeback tonight? Legend Howell over the middle, complete for the first down. Cortland Jackson on the receiving end, right to the 50-yard line.
And you see this Duncanville Panthers defense, realizing again, you have a pretty big cushion, backing those safeties off a bit.
A stoppage now as it looks like there's a player down for DeSoto. It may be Jackson, the young man who made the reception. Looks like just a cramp. It is Jackson that was down, back on his feet already, being helped off and holding that right leg in the air. Hopefully it is merely a cramp and he's able to get back on the field here soon. He's had a nice night for this DeSoto offense.
Started off as a hot night. This day, it was, even though it's October in Texas, it's still hot. But it has cooled off a little bit here tonight.
Friday Night Football is sponsored by Texas Day Brazil. Indulge in unlimited flavors. Why settle for just one dish? At Texas Day Brazil, every dining experience is an unlimited exploration of bold, fresh, and authentic flavors.
Booby Feaster's been a little quiet here in the second half. Got to get him back going.
First and 10 at the 50 here for Legend Howell. Low snap this time. Pressure on him from Barnes. He's able to get away. Howell turning, looking, incomplete. Looking to throw underneath for his tight end, Donovan Willis, the sophomore.
Tony Romo used to do that all the time.
J.J. Watt knows all too well.
Right. And you sit there in front of your television and you say to yourself, Tony Romo is about to get killed. And all of a sudden, he'd spin out of pressure.
Comment here from J.R. Starr says, these teams don't love each other. I'm not saying the teams, I'm saying the communities. I know these two teams, especially tonight, do not love one another, but they do respect each other. These coaches certainly respect each other as well. Claude Mathis and Reginald Samples. Player down here for Duncanville is Keelan Tryon, their starting safety. He was way downfield in coverage.
Annual Student Coat Drive. Over the years, this initiative has helped provide hundreds of coats to students in need. To donate and learn more, scan the QR code.
District 11 6A title implications tonight, playoff seeding implications tonight. Saw a question earlier, what happens if DeSoto wins this game relative to the district title? It would put them in the catbird seat to win the title outright in that scenario. They would need to beat Cedar Hill later this year. That's the other team in district without a loss presently. But Cedar Hill, good this year, not quite at the level of Duncanville, DeSoto, Waxahachie. It appears, at least so far this season. They will have their opportunity to make me eat those words throughout the
right.
back half of the district schedule. But it would appear anyway, if DeSoto were to come back and win tonight, that they would win the district. Pressure again from Barnes off the edge. Howell again able to step up. That ball's tipped and incomplete. Two Panthers knocked each other off the ball.
Howell's pass batted up in the air.
Why is it as defensive players we do this to one another? The ball is tipped in the air. Just say mine. They do it in baseball all the time. Come on, guys. Come
Yusuf
on.
Ajibite with his hands on his head like, no. How did you let that happen?
Oh, man.
A harmless incompletion as a result. 3rd and 10. Can DeSoto make a play? Howell tried to hand it off, and it was read brilliantly by Dylan Williams. Nowhere to go for Sarad Baker.
Dylan Williams almost took the handoff. Look at how fast number 11 gets in the backfield. That is almost criminal from your offensive line to allow that quick of penetration.
Bring up 4th down and 14 for the Eagles.
And after DeSoto's defense came up with a clutch 3-and-out, the offense able to amass 1 first down on the connection with Cortland Jackson. But then 3 plays worth of nothing, and they have to punt it back to Duncanville. Theus from his own 15. Bottled up on the far sideline at the 25.
You know, we've been begging for a special teams play. So far, both teams doing a really good job of keeping that under wraps. Although a great return by Theus, and you had a great return by Yancey on the kickoff, but no one's been able to make a house call.
Next week on Friday Night Football, this one should be really fun, Heckma. Anna and Prosper Walnut Grove, 2 teams from the premier district in 5A Division II. We know this is the district of doom: Duncanville, DeSoto, Waxahachie, Cedar Hill, Lancaster. This district in 5A D2, Prosper, Walnut Grove, and Anna. And those 2 teams figure to put up some points next week. 1st and 10 here for Duncanville off the punt, and it's Ace Theus again. He's got the first down, a pickup of 13 on the first play of the Duncanville possession.
Man, these wide receivers on the outside are so fast. When they get the ball in their hands, you're almost praying for the DB to just give them a little space and cone them off so that you can get a tackle. It doesn't matter if it's Theus or Yancey. Again, both of these guys get the ball in their hands. Emmanuel Ellison is the same.
23 seconds left in this 3rd quarter. If Duncanville can go score on this possession, that may be enough to put this football game away. Denson running the option, the pitch out to Theus. Stiff arms his way to the 45. They're actually going to mark him out at the 44, just a gain of 3 on the play.
Yeah, this, I think they, a little extra on the end there. Maybe they caught Demarion Ross. He was making the tackle. Let's see what the call is. Number 8.
Aiden Marshall, the senior linebacker, flagged on the play. This is a game that features so much emotion. Heckma Harrison and Claude Mathis told us earlier this week, listen, we're going to be preaching to these guys E over E, execution over emotion. In general, I think both teams have done a nice job of keeping that kind of thing under. This has not been that kind of football game, but at least in that particular moment, Aiden Marshall let the moment get a little bit ahead of him. And it's a free first down for Duncanville. They take it at the 41. Denson to the air again. Yancey defended well this time. Bottled up. It'll be a gain of, let's see where they mark this. Looks like the 39, just a gain of 2.
Like you said in the comments, these two teams don't love each other. No. Yeah, these two teams don't love each other on the football field.
That's right. Trenton Yancey dancing his way to the end of quarter number 3. Duncanville behind 6 Max Denson touchdown passes, lead by 3 scores as we head to the 4th. They're looking for the knockout blow on Friday Night Football.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
Back on Friday Night Football, 4th quarter set to begin. 2nd down and 8 for Duncanville. Quick throw to Theus on the near sideline. Run out of bounds after a pickup of 6. I'm actually going to mark him at the 35. A pickup of only 4. And it's going to be 3rd down and 4.
Love the gamesmanship between these two offensive coordinators. Jason Lavender giving DeSoto a little taste of their own medicine with those quick passes on the outside. So anything you can do, we can do better. Let me show you. Only difference is they don't have a booby feaster. So
Trenton Yancey, Theus may beg to differ.
Whoa. Don't take that out of context now.
Max Denson keeping it himself, looking to get the corner. He's got the first down.
Gets the corner and enough for a first down.
Got tangled up with somebody on that far sideline, I think incidentally, but he just got kind of turned sideways as he ran out of bounds. No harm, no foul.
Anything can happen when you're running over into enemy territory. Good thing to see Denson coming out of that.
1st and 10 for Duncanville at the 29. Mario Inestrosa in the YouTube comment says, forget the Red River rivalry. This is the battle of 67.
I like it.
Duncanville and DeSoto. We've got the battle of Beltline in this district too. DeSoto and Cedar Hill, one of the great rivalries in Texas high school football. A gain of 3 here for Robert Singleton. Lost his helmet there at the bottom of the pile.
And Mike,
yet again, a spot where DeSoto has to make a stop.
And Mike, if we get an opportunity again here at the end of this game, man, if we could show that Reginald Samples coaching tree again, I love that graphic.
Yeah, we'll have to pull that back up here in just a second. Clay Marshall, if you're hearing us, graphic 5, we can pull that back up here in just a moment, maybe after 2nd down and 7. Denson to the air, deep ball, looking for Yancey, shrugged off the defender and scores. Touchdown Duncanville. That's the 7th touchdown pass of the night for Max Denson. An all-time performance from the junior quarterback.
This throw, ladies and gentlemen, is a thing of beauty. Max Denson just walks this ball out to Trenton Yancey and hands it to him. That is beautiful. And what a route by Trenton Yancey.
That is now Yancey's 2nd touchdown reception tonight. Emmanuel Ellison has 2. Trenton Yancey has 2. Ace Theus has 2. Zach Turner with the other one. A false start here on Duncanville will make the PAT 5 yards longer. But Max Denson at the center of it all. He is just picking his spots and dishing it out to everybody who's open.
Gosh, and I mean, a young guy getting his first couple of varsity starts. You talk about taking advantage of the moment, and that's exactly what Denson is doing right now.
Extra point, no good.
The PATs are beginning to be an event all of their own.
Yes, they are. The penalty ends up costing Duncanville this time, as Mitchell Watts pulled that one to the left. And it will stay a 28-point margin. It is a 4-score lead for Duncanville.
Wow. I said it earlier, it's one of those games where you didn't know how it was going to end because of how closely matched these two teams are as far as talent was concerned, and the only thing that we had to go off of was the common opponent, which was Waxahachie.
Yeah.
And man, I guess you can't go by comparison analysis anymore when it comes down to the common opponents.
Yeah, the transitive property doesn't exactly work, at least not in this particular circumstance.
Wow.
And Duncanville looks like they are going to create a situation where they and DeSoto and Waxahachie will, according to what Reginald Samples told us this week, they'll share the district title in a hypothetical scenario where all 3 teams end with only 1 loss in district play.
Gotta go back to the coach's call. When you brought that up, he was he didn't have an attitude about it. Let me just say,
no.
He was just, his explanation was, look, we got so many games to play. Like,
yes.
I don't want to overlook anyone. Was the way that he spoke about it.
Yes.
But in his explanation, he wanted to make it abundantly clear that, you know, it would be a 3-way tie at the top.
Because they still have Lancaster next week. They've got Cedar Hill in the final game of the regular season. So there are some tough dates still left on the calendar for Duncanville in this regular season. I think the thing that makes Reginald Samples happiest, though, Heckma, they are now done with the bye weeks. There are no more bye weeks on the calendar. They are hoping that from this point forward, they play 11 straight weeks. 5 weeks worth of the regular season and straight through to the state championship game, and they go back to AT&T Stadium, which has become their second home over the last decade. They are done with the bye weeks. They don't need to worry about any of that anymore. They had 3 of them in the first 6 weeks of the season. They are now ready to just put the hammer down and play some football. Howell to the far side. That is a ridiculous 3-yard catch by Booby Feaster.
Wow.
That catch is sent. Look at this. How many kids make this catch? Full extension. That thing was a rocket from Legend Howell. And it's a 3-yard gain and a first down for Feaster. Baker up the middle. If DeSoto didn't already have to hurry earlier, they absolutely have to now.
And you were just talking about Duncanville. Oh, and by the way, they get KJ Ford back.
Yes, they do. That's maybe the most impressive thing about this performance. In particular, the fact that they have held this very powerful DeSoto offense to 20 is that they've done that without KJ Ford on the football field. Baker able to drag his way to a first down. 9:44 left in this football game. DeSoto basically needs to be perfect the rest of the way to pull off a miracle. Howell, pump fakes to the near side. Now he's going to fire downfield. He's got Feaster down there, and he hauled it in.
That's incredible.
That is a terrific catch from Booby Feaster.
How does he do that? He extends over the top of a defender. And again, this ball, if it's placed correctly, he just walks into the end zone, but what a job.
Man, that's That's why this kid was the #1 receiver in the class of 27 and reclassified to 26 so he can get to USC faster. They go his way again. That one's out of bounds and incomplete.
Yeah, Booby said, all I need is 3 years of high school. All I need is 3 years to do what I need to do. And he is, I tell you what, he is built up right. He's at 6'2", 185. Kid looks like he has a frame to put on even more weight.
There was a folklore around Booby Feaster even as he was coming up through the middle school ranks. As the handoff here goes to Baker. Sarad Baker makes a man miss, and he's in the end zone. And DeSoto does what they needed to do, score quickly. 9:08 on the clock. Only 2 minutes go off the clock after the touchdown pass from Denson to Yancey. And the first link in a very long chain for DeSoto is a Sarad Baker touchdown run.
And all these runs are starting to look the same from Sarad Baker. I mean, east and west, but imminently he ends up going north.
After the touchdown, sportsmanlike conduct, offense number 5. That 15-yard penalty will be enforced on the kickoff. That's number 5's first unsportsmanlike towards disqualification.
So Sarad Baker with a little extra celebration after the touchdown. It will not be applied here on the PAT, so the PAT will be normal length. It looks like they're going to go for 2 here. I'm kind of wondering why. You were down 28, just 4 touchdowns in PATs, although we have seen PATs be an adventure, so perhaps that's the logic here for Claude Mathis, that he just doesn't trust that they're going to convert on the PAT. So Howell, hands off, and they'll get the 2 points. And it will be 48-28. And a little extra here after the PAT now, after the 2-point conversion is pushed in by the DeSoto Eagles.
Yeah, and this is the part of the game that you don't want to start to have happening, because for Duncanville, with a 20-point lead, you can ill afford to give up some quick and easy scores and put yourself behind the 8 ball as you're nursing a lead. 9:08 left to go, so no sense in making this interesting. But hey, we don't mind. We don't mind.
Right? Yeah, we certainly want it to be interesting. Here's another look at the Reginald Samples coaching tree. Listen, we talked about this off the top of the telecast. It deserves repeating. This is a guy who's won 355 games in his illustrious career, a pair of state championships. They're certainly hunting after, they hope, another one this year in 6A Division I. But this, Heckma, speaks to how vast his impact is in the game.
Yeah, a ton of success at this level of Texas high school football, and it's worth noting all of the coaches that have come from his staff, and the names there are really who's who from the high school ranks to the college ranks. And man, he has done such an impeccable job, a wonderful job of grooming these young men. You know, a name that I didn't see in this I was looking for, his son, who's coaching in the
Rashad Samples. Oh my goodness, how did we not include Rashad Samples? Wow,
I'm sorry to do that
we outthought ourselves on that one.
I'm sorry, Mike. I should have waited another time to say that.
The kickoff to Theus, and he's upended at the 40-yard line. DeSoto was kicking off from deep in their own territory because of the penalty after the touchdown run by Sarad Baker. That is kind of fun. Of all the names that we could have possibly forgotten, Rashad Samples. And it's funny because that list, we reached out to the folks at Duncanville, and that list, the starting point was what they sent us. Then you and I kind of added a name here, a name there, what have you. But yeah, put Rashad Samples right in the middle of your screen. Yeah, right. Reginald's son, goodness gracious, does he ever deserve to be mentioned amongst the Reginald Samples coaching tree. But it speaks to, he has had such a profound impact on the sport, not just from a wins and losses perspective, but also from a molding young men both at the player level and the assistant coach level. Look at this run. Flags down behind the play in the vicinity of a hold, but Robert Singleton putting a sensational couple moves on tape. That's a special run from the junior. Ricky Herron II says, yeah, but it's a holding.
Yeah.
And it's all coming back.
Yeah, and Robert Singleton, he's getting ready to celebrate, but hard to celebrate after that. Man, what a run, though.
You know, we started talking about Sample's coaching tree, and we missed one key thing. Why not kick an onside kick there? You're down 3 scores still. 8:48 right now left on the clock. It was 9:08 at the time they scored the touchdown with Baker. Why not? You know what? Maybe the answer is simply because of where they were kicking off from.
Yeah.
If you don't recover it, you're giving Duncanville the football at like the 30-yard line in plus territory. That does make it make a little more sense. But they now need to get a defensive stop. Lickety-split.
Yeah, 8:34 left here in the fourth quarter. And this has been, I mean, that first half was probably as good a first half as we've been a part of.
Yeah. Especially in this series.
But Duncanville came out in the third quarter and they just put their foot on the gas, and it's all because of number 3, Maximus the Great King Denson had himself a night.
7 touchdown passes.
That's wonderful, man. You know what? Again, it's watching a guy maximize the opportunities that he has, but man, does he have some weapons. You know, he has some weapons, and we've seen it with Ace Theus and Trenton Yancey. And sometimes, man, when we're talking football, we get so caught up in the names, and we need names to be bigger. When we don't know about a guy, we question him. And then you come into a stadium and you're like, oh, him. For real.
He can ball.
He can ball.
Yep.
And he's had the support with a great offensive line, man, that has protected him all night.
Yeah. Yep. Love this comment from King Chaos on the YouTube comment. Says, I don't know how I got here, but I'm locked. Shout out to the algorithm. He says, hey, we appreciate you being here. We're here every Friday night with a big-time Texas high school football matchup. Incomplete pass here on 1st and 20. Looking for Zach Turner. Throwing the football here, an interesting decision for Duncanville. I understand they've got to go 20 to pick up a first down, but the clock stops. And listen, DeSoto's chances are small right now, but every time you stop the clock, they get a little bigger.
Yeah, it does. And King Chaos, I say the same thing every Friday. How did I get here? I'm talking about we are in the midst of some great games.
If DeSoto can get a stop and a score quickly, it would become a little bit more interesting, but they need the next link in the chain. They need a 3 and out here, and they need it fast. Screen pass. Somehow that screen pass got to its target, and Ace Theus is making guys miss. Ace Theus is going to pick up 18 of the 20 yards. What a play by Ace Theus.
Man, this is incredible. I mean, you got 1, 2, 3, 4 guys, 5 guys.
Man, what a play.
Jeez Louise, what a play from Ace Theus. And I got to give a shout out to our #1 fan. She watches us every Friday.
Yeah, baby.
My Aunt Quinette.
Aunt Quinette.
Aunt Quinette is watching, so I got to make sure that I give her a shout out. She's every Friday, she's set up to watch Friday Night Football.
3rd and 2. Denson went backward here and cost himself the first down.
Oh, gosh.
No gain on the play. It's 4th and 2.
Maybe that's the first mistake of the night from the junior quarterback. I don't know what he was thinking there. Maybe he's going to try and make a play, make an extra move, but this is an interesting decision here from Duncanville. Will they go for it? Nope. They elect to punt.
Yeah, you can't risk giving DeSoto the football and a big swell of momentum right at midfield.
What you can't risk is a bad snap here.
Low snap, you called that, but scooping it up and getting the punt away is Trenton Yancey. It will check up and take a DeSoto bounce to the 23. Finally downed by Victor Lincoln.
Boy,
and DeSoto will take over there.
This is interesting, Mike, because if you're DeSoto, you're thinking to yourself, trying to do the quick math here. you got to strike pretty quick. Let me just say that, okay? You
Yeah.
got to strike pretty quick. All right away. But
You've got all 3 timeouts.
Yes, you give yourself a shot here as Booby Feaster is lined up to the near side boundary.
It's got to be fast. Up the middle, the handoff goes to Jaqueline Silas. Just a yard, and that clock will burn. Next up for DeSoto, they face Mesquite Horn on the road before the Battle of Beltline against Cedar Hill on a Thursday night, the 23rd. At Skyline, home against Lancaster to wrap up the regular season. DeSoto as a 6A program that has a 5A D1 level enrollment locked into a 6A D2 eventuality from a playoff perspective. And the likelihood of a date with Longview again in the regional final. If they can get through that, South Lake Carroll, the #1 team in the state, likely to await in the state semifinals. We saw them a few weeks ago, Heckma, and they are terrific.
Yeah, don't even get me started about South Lake Carroll. I just, I drove home from South Lake in silence. Just saying to myself, what was that? What did I just witness?
They put together an absolute baptism of Euless Trinity that night. 3rd down and 2. They're going to run it again up the middle. It's a first down, but a minute has already come off the clock.
I'll tell you what, early in this game, I had my questions about a couple of those fake, those punts, those fake punts, and there's, Coach Claude Mathis, he is a gambler, and he's going to put it all on the line.
Yeah, Nexus Young in the YouTube comments says, why are they running? They'll go to the air here. Howell, incomplete, looking for Edmondson on the near sideline. 4:56 to play. I mean, listen, to be fair, they're down 3 scores. You need touchdown, onside kick, touchdown, onside kick.
Stops.
Just to have a chance.
Yeah, you got to get stops. It's a lot that would go into that. But I tell you what, man, this has been a magnificent game. And, hey, don't judge DeSoto off of this one either, because this team, it just seems like every time they find a way after this game, win or lose, just to continue their domination. I mean, and they just dust themselves off and get themselves the AT&T for an opportunity to win a state title.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they are going to be, barring an outrageous comeback in the last 4 minutes and 56 seconds of this football game, they're going to be 3-3. It is not often that the DeSoto Eagles lose 3 games in a football season. And unless they go win a state championship, they would end the season with no less than 4. However, everything we've seen tonight from Booby Feaster, everything we have seen tonight from Legend Howell, who I think has played a nice game, even though he's been arguably, not arguably, Max Denson's been terrific, and that's not necessarily a shot against Legend Howell to say that he was outplayed. Denson just has gone off tonight. Howell's going to fire deep here, single coverage. That was a nice ball, just a little bit too far. A late flag here, as Edmondson was the intended target.
Now, it was a stutter goal on the outside. But let's see if they get this call on against.
Oh, you know what it was? They were holding his hand. They're going to get Braylon Edwards. If we can see that one more time, Clay Marshall, our director. Watch this again. You'll see Braylon Edwards, the safety. He's basically holding hands with him like they're walking down the beach. He's got a hold of his right hand as he's trying to run. He can't get that right hand free to be able to go after and catch that football. That's what drew the flag. And it's a free first down for DeSoto, a free 15 yards, and it's 1st and 10 at the 49.
That's a veteran move there by Braylon Edwards. They just called him.
Feaster on the tunnel screen. Well defended by Ja'Cory Johnson. That's a big-time play by a defensive tackle to range over and make this play.
Yeah, big-time tackle by a big defensive lineman. That's a 300-pounder chasing a wide receiver down the field.
Dude, that's a special play.
Yes, it
on
is.
Booby Feaster, of all people. And if Ja'Cory Johnson doesn't make that play, there was blockers in front. There were blockers in front. There was an opportunity for Feaster to go make something happen. Instead, it's a 3-yard gain. 2nd and 7, 4 minutes to play. Handoff. Silas with nowhere to go. Beg your pardon, it's Xavier Davis, number 18, with the carry. Flag way after the play, thrown by our referee, Ricky Herron.
After the play, sportsmanlike conduct, defense number 23. 15-yard penalty, then first down. That is number 23's first unsportsmanlike for disqualification.
So Gatlin Cryer, the junior linebacker, flagged. Another free 15 yards here for DeSoto. Only 4 minutes left to work with here for the Eagles, but they've got 1st and 10 at the 30. Again, the handoff up the middle. A lot of running room here for Xavier Davis, and he's got the first down to the 16.
Xavier Davis is a change of pace to what we've seen from Sarad Baker.
1st and 10 at the 16. DeSoto trying to make these last 3 minutes interesting. Davis again with the carry, cannot break any tackles this time, bottled up in the backfield.
As the clock continues to tick away.
Yeah, it is interesting, the lack of urgency. Second and 13 for DeSoto. Howell, swing pass. Edmondson, nice defensive play on the far sideline. That is how you play the screen, Victor Lincoln.
Yes. Victor Lincoln, you see it right here. This is textbook on how you get that done, and snuffing it out does number 13. The Arkansas commit.
3rd down and 14. Jim Rockford in the YouTube comments says West Mesquite beat Bryan Adams tonight 70-0. Goodness. You'll see West Mesquite here on Friday Night Football in 2 weeks' time. Big game for them against Carrollton Creekview. May well be a district title game. They will wind the clock after they sorted out the fact that it was indeed 3rd down. And Howell with 3 wide receivers to his left looks that way, pressure in his face, and he's taken down. The pressure gets home for Duncanville.
I think this next down may be your ball game. But that defensive line has just continued to put pressure into the face of Legend Howell. And we've seen Legend Howell every time he's gotten an opportunity to sit back and make a throw, he's done it. But boy, it's so hard to do that when you got a blue jersey right in your face.
It'll be 4th down and 21 after the 2-minute timeout. A look ahead on the Friday Night Football schedule again next week. It's Anna and Prosper Walnut Grove here on Friday Night Football. You can watch the game on WFAA Plus and the WFAA YouTube channel. A 7:30 kick a week from now. Again, 2 of the top teams in the state in 5A Division II, 2 teams that are bona fide state championship contenders, and 2 teams that play in the toughest district in the state in 5A D2. The week after that, West Mesquite and Carrollton Creekview, and then after that, a very special night for my man Heckma Harrison. We will be there for Saxe and Naaman Forrest for senior night for his son, Heckma Harrison Jr., a wide receiver for the Saxe Mustangs, before we round out the season with Highland Park and Midlothian on November the 7th. Heckma, I know I'm looking forward to October 31st at Saxe.
Oh, it's going to be good. Pray for me, y'all. That's all I got to say.
4th and 21, 4th and football game here. Pressure from Barnes. Howell dances away. Oh my goodness. Xavier Davis almost made a spectacular catch and then lost it.
It's like I can't take another one-handed catch from these running backs, man. They are making the impossible look routine.
This thing just like danced on his hand for a half a second.
Yes, it did, but Howell able to get that out after pressure, and it looked like he had it, but man, and
oh my
on the
goodness,
turn he drops it. What a
and
game.
that will just about put this football game away. Dedrick Washington with a good point in the YouTube comments. The 2 touchdowns that were called back because of penalties.
That's it.
For DeSoto in the first
That's
half of this football game. Certainly impactful. Could have been a different game if not for those penalties.
Yep, that's it right there, man. That was what cost you. That made things a lot more interesting than they needed to. But you talk about a first half where this ball game was about even.
Yeah.
And then those penalties just allowed for Duncanville to go into halftime with the lead.
Singleton on the carry here for Duncanville, dancing his way through the defense for 7. Question here in the YouTube comments from Wesley Diaz asking if Duncanville and Southlake Carroll would end up in the same division. Almost assuredly no. Duncanville will absolutely be 6A D1 because of their enrollment. And the way that Southlake Carroll's district shakes out and the likely playoff teams from that district based on Carroll's enrollment, they are very likely to end up 6A D2 this year. And the runaway favorite to win 6A D2, although DeSoto would certainly love to have something to say about that.
I guess I got to say this. It doesn't matter if they were D2 or D1.
They'd be the favorite. Yes.
They'd be the favorite.
Yes. They are the clear-cut #1 team in the state right now. Officials breaking things up further down the field, way away from the play, as a couple of players get tangled up. Trenton Yancey and DeSoto defensive back Damari Thurman separated without any incident. Just a little John, a little late in the game. Hey, I can't wait to see you in the playoffs. Or, well, these two teams won't see each other the way that it's going to shake out. Actually guaranteed. DeSoto will be 6AD2. Duncanville will be 6AD1. So that wouldn't happen. But let's see. Trenton Yancey's a junior. Damari Thurman's a senior. That's the last day opportunity. They've got to go head-to-head.
Well, I tell you what, I want to give a special shout-out to the defensive coordinator for the Duncanville Panthers, Romel Barner.
Yeah.
He is excellent. He has been on this staff for quite some time. And I tell you what, man, you talk about a guy that each and every year finds a way to get this talent, that all these talented young men that come through this program to play together. He develops these guys from the moment they come through the door. And, I mean, all the way back to DeBraylon Carroll, if you remember, that played at Rice and was just a fantastic nose tackle. And all the names that have come after that, Romel Barner has had a lot to do with those guys' success. And he is just absolutely one of the wonderful coaches in Texas high school football.
Denson on the carry here. And he'll pick up the first down out to the 45, and that will be the football game. It's fitting this game ends with the ball in Max Denson's hands because he puts together a 7-touchdown performance to lead Duncanville to a statement win on their home field, beating DeSoto by 20. The rumors of Duncanville's demise, very premature. 48-28. Panthers with the win to move to 3-1.
Yeah, this is a statement victory within the season for Duncanville, and you're right. There were a lot of talk from individuals basically saying, "Hey, this is it." I think Duncanville, after that Waxahachie loss, was saying that, look, man, maybe these guys. They've hit a bump in the road as far as talent is concerned, and maybe a changing of the guard. Not so fast, my friend.
You know what rematch we are going to get very possibly in the playoffs is Duncanville-Waxahachie.
Yeah, I love it.
You may well see that as the 6A Division I Region 2 final. That is absolutely on the table. Two teams out of 11 6A that are very, very talented. They may see each other again come the first week of December, and you've got to imagine Reginald Sample's team will want to get their lick back that night.
Yeah, getting their lick back will be foremost, but let me just say this about Waxahachie. They have a free safety that I don't think I have. If you like defense, if you like defensive players,
Jaquan Snell, baby.
And I'm not, look, this is not me exaggerating about this kid. He is quite honestly the best football player that I've ever seen.
Wow.
He is like...
You could knock me over with a feather, the fact that you just said that.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
He is, when it's point of attack, tracking the ball, all of the things that from a safety, like, I haven't seen anything like this. This kid is special. And
the play he made on 4th down against Duncanville to end the football game sent reverberations around the state. It was a monster play. But oh my goodness, seriously, I'm still staggered by that comment.
Hey, you know, everybody knows Heckman Harrison II is my favorite football player. But I'm just telling you, I just put it in perspective for you that this young man is amazing. He is amazing. And look, it's, you know, you try and do a comparison by the greats, and I won't put him up there with guys that are playing in the NFL. That's crazy to do that. But I'm saying at the high school level, he is incredible in his range, his athleticism. He's not missing anything.
Unbelievable performance tonight, though, from the Duncanville Panthers, and they would love another crack at Jaquan Snell and Waxahachie come the first week of December, and that is a very real possibility. DeSoto falls to 3-3 on the year. As you see Reginald Samples talking to his football team after an impressive performance on their home field, and you can see he just said great job to his football team. They have had certainly the better of this rivalry, Heckma, through the years.
Yes.
It is seldom that DeSoto has been able to beat Duncanville. It happened in 2016, Samples' second year at Duncanville, and it happened in 2023, and that has been it over the course of the Samples era. I'm sorry, 2015 as well. 15 as well. That 15 team for Duncanville went 3-7. He was still kind of circling the wagons, if you will, in his first year at Duncanville. 16, DeSoto went and won a state championship later that season. And then, of course, the 2023 game that shocked the state, a 49-35 win on a Saturday afternoon at Eagle Stadium. But Duncanville has been the top dog in this rivalry throughout the last decade for sure. And they get another win tonight, 48-28, the final score. This has been a special night. We appreciate you guys so very much for being here with us on this broadcast. This game had about as many broadcasts of it as a presidential address. Thank you for picking this one. We appreciate y'all being here. We will be back to wrap this game up. We've got your player of the game, your Texas de Brazil on fire player of the game, and your play of the game, sponsored by the Children's Health Andrews Institute, when we return on Friday Night Football.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, Anna at Prosper Walnut Grove. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7:30 on WFAA+.
Thanks, Dunkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
WFAA has a legacy of changing the system.
Most recently, we did a story on ankle monitors and how they don't work, and how criminals are committing crimes with ankle monitors. And yeah, there's legislative change coming.
Our 2-year investigation caught the attention of state representatives. Now, it's a crime to cut off ankle monitors.
I want people to see things that we need to hold people accountable for.
End zone shot. What a catch! Catch a live broadcast of every play of the biggest high school football games. Next week, DeSoto at Duncanville. Stream the broadcast free next Friday night at 7 on WFAA+.
Your North Texas, it's a hot one today. If you're planning on taking the pups out, make sure to protect their paws. That asphalt is going to be hot.
Thanks, Duncan.
Thanks, Delkus.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Discover WFAA Plus, a live 24-hour stream of WFAA news and exclusive digital content, all completely free. Now available on Apple TV, Roku, and Fire TV. Download WFAA Plus today.
Right now in Terrell and in Dallas, your heat index is 107. Everyone in McKinney is dead. It's hot in McKinney. We'll fix that probably.
Possibly the most loved and hated man in North Texas. Whatever the weather brings, we bring the Delkus.
Hey, I'm Jason. And I'm the other Jason. We're the co-hosts of Yolitics, the unofficial political podcast of Texas. So each week we invite on change makers for cold beer and candid conversations into the issues really affecting Texans. Yeah, and we're bringing in diverse viewpoints so you get to listen and really understand. This is solid information and a deep dive you're not going to get anywhere else. Not to brag, but just to brag a little bit. Okay, a little. We've been trending and making headlines. Plus, we have more than 1 million downloads. And still counting.
In a world filled with motion, we are the constant. Filled with storms, we are the calm. Filled with uncertainty, we are reassurance. We bring the truth. We bring hope, conviction, a legacy of grit, determination, honesty, and relevant reporting that doesn't just inform, but inspires. We are WFAA.
Thanks for downloading the WFAA Plus app. The main page is a live stream of WFAA programming, and you can find on-demand stories as well. Just click a tab at the top of your screen and scroll down to find WFAA original programming.
And now, the Texas de Brazil on fire player of the game.
Well, who on earth might we pick for this, Heckma Harrison? How about Max Denson? 7 touchdown passes on the night. This one went to Ace Theus in the first half to make it 14-6 right before halftime. He would hit Trenton Yancey here in the second quarter. And then the most impressive one of the night, Heckma, was his play to make it 28-6 that's coming up right here.
Yeah, he was on a heater. And this one right here, threading the needle inside to Ace Theus, I think really just set the tone for this game. This young man really came out and showed out tonight, man, showed how special he is as a passer. If you had any doubts about him coming into the season, I think he's put all of that to bed. Man, an absolute treat to watch and a special young man.
23 of 32, 350 yards and 7 touchdowns for Maximus the Great King Denson. Bow down before your king, the new leader for the Duncanville football program, Heckma Harrison. He stamped himself as the next guy tonight with this performance.
And I think for a young man like this, it's just, you know, look, he's young. He's coming into a team that has a bunch of experience on it. You know, you want to see him become that leader, not only on the field, but also in the locker room and leading by example. He had one heck of a game, didn't turn the ball over either. So, man, when you play clean like that, man, that is a thing of legend, and he just is going to continue to build on that. The more that he wins. What's important right now is that he builds that confidence up, and they get into the playoffs playing as strong as they are right now.
A 7 touchdown performance from Max Denson, the no doubt player of the game.
here's tonight's Friday Night Football play of the game, sponsored by the Children's Health Andrews Institute.
It's rare that it's this obvious, but oh my goodness, the Sarad Baker catch in the first half. This is one of the plays of the year on Friday Night Football. One-handed catch, a thing of beauty.
That was sick. That was sick. And in real time, I thought there's no way that he went up left-handed and brought that down. And he had the linebacker is trailing on this, and Jalen Manning, who has good coverage, by the way, all right, for a linebacker, and
he's bracketed by two defenders
yes,
and
he
still
is.
hauls it
I
in.
mean, that was a heck of a throw by Legend Howell, but man, what a catch. What a catch. And Sarad Baker almost single-handedly brought them back, but man, Duncanville was just too much tonight.
48-28, the final score, as you see there on the scoreboard here at Panther Stadium. Duncanville improves to 3-1 on the year. DeSoto falls to 3-3. Again, the big storyline of the night, the performance of Max Denson, 23 of 32, 350 yards and 7 touchdowns. Asen Theus caught 2 of those scores, 8 for $110. Emmanuel Ellison caught 2 of those scores, 5 for 107. Trenton Yancey caught 2 of those scores, 7 for 95. And Zach Turner, 3 catches, 38 yards, and the 7th of those 7 touchdowns for Max Denson tonight. Denson also ran for 19 yards on 6 carries tonight. A sensational performance from the junior quarterback. For DeSoto, Ethan Feaster, Booby Feaster, 8 catches, $135, and 2 touchdowns. But Duncanville did do a nice job of kind of bottling them up in the second half to be able to prevent DeSoto from making a big comeback.
Hence the shout out to the defensive coordinator, Ramel Barner, the way that they came out in the second half. And they were like, look, if we're going to lose this game, we're not going to lose it because you take this game over. Someone else is going to have to get in on the act. And I think the way that they bracketed him, changed coverage to his side in the second half, moved safeties around as well. You find the best matchup. They had Braylon Edwards on him for a good part of the first half. Braylon Edwards is a good safety, but I think going up against Booby Feaster, it proved to be too much. And sometimes you guys, you want to put best on best in a matchup, but sometimes what you got to do is put good on very good, all right? And that means give him some help and support, and that's what they did. And you have to be able to take a wide receiver like that out of his zone and out of the game.
Yeah, Feaster ended up with those 2 touchdowns right before halftime and looked like he may single-handedly lead DeSoto to a victory. Some adjustments at halftime from the Duncanville defense, and they were able to slow him down and curtail his production in the second half, and it leads to a 48-28 Duncanville win.
But before I forget this, I got to give a special shout out to that Duncanville defensive line, because also the way that they played at the beginning of the second half made a difference as well. Some of those runs that Sarad Baker was making, he didn't make those big plays in the second half because of Dylan Williams, Ja'Cory Johnson, and Landon Barnes. In the absence of KJ Ford, they did a miraculous job in making sure that they would just kept all of it contained, but also didn't let Legend Howell sneak out of the back door on a couple of those runs, and also gash them over the top with the big plays the way that he did in the first half.
DeSoto loses tonight and falls to 3-3, but I feel like they still have everything in front of them, certainly for the balance of the season. Very clearly with Sarad Baker and Booby Feaster, they have 2 guys that most teams around the state are going to struggle mightily to slow down. And I do think that Legend Howell took some nice steps again tonight. He finishes 16 of 28, 235 yards and a couple of touchdown passes, both of them, of course, to Booby Feaster. They've got enough offensively to be a problem for just about anybody and be right back in that same space where they were a year ago, where it's going to come down to most likely a matchup with Longview, and if you can get through that, a matchup with South Lake Carroll.
Yes, Claude Mathis is one hell of a coach, and tonight you saw how much he believes in his squad. He gambled a bit on some plays, went forward a couple of times of fake punts, a couple of fake punts, but it was the penalties. The penalties, for me, that really took them out of it. Looking forward to the rest of their season, but also into the playoffs, there aren't going to be many teams that can match wits with them athletically.
Yeah.
Defensively, they just got to get their guys to hunt. I mean, you got to hunt. Kiki Abrams, and I know Kiki's at TCU right now, having, enjoying his freshman year. But you had players like that last season that when it was 3rd and long, you knew exactly what Kiki was going to do. He's going to get after the quarterback. You need players like that. You need guys that when the chips are down, they're going to get after it. They have it on this roster.
Yeah.
Again, guys like DJ Rumpf and Randall on the outside, Aiden Minor and Redmond in the middle. These are some big guys. The Texas Tech commit, Adrian, I'm not going to call him Big Juicy, but this kid is one of those guys that up front that had an impactful night as well. We said this kid's name, J. Anthony Stevens, had a great night. You saw him coming up from his safety, from the cornerback position. What ended up happening a lot tonight is they got caught blitzing. And when they got caught blitzing, they paid for it. Number 17, Damarian Ross, 5'10", 180-pound senior, he's a dog.
Yes. Yeah, no, shoot. Not many quarterbacks are going to be able to read and react the way Max Denson did tonight. A lot of quarterbacks are going to get hung up by that blitz, and the blitz is going to get home for DeSoto. So we'll see how that shakes out the balance of the way. Duncanville, 3-1 now on the year. Of course, the 1-point loss to Waxahachie is the game that is going to have everybody's attention, frankly, until they play again, most likely the first week of December. But they look after tonight like they are just fine. They are ready for what is to come. Hey, listen, DeCorian Moore is gone. Keelan Russell is gone. Colin Simmons is gone. There's a lot of talent that has walked out the door. Caden Durham is gone. This is not 5-star on top of 5-star on top of 5-star like it was not that long ago for Duncanville. But they are still loaded. There's plenty of 4-stars dotting the roster, and they've got a young man in Max Denson that can pull all the triggers and feed that football to Ace Theus and Trenton Yancey and Zach Turner and Emmanuel Ellison. On and on and on and on they can go with this passing game. Jarris Ingram, by the way, Duncanville fans remember that name for the future, a freshman that is the next dude for Duncanville. Jarris Ingram, just a freshman and already 6'4", 185. They've got a kid in Denson that he can pull all the triggers. He can make all the things happen that they need to in the passing game, and they're going to be a problem for everybody again.
I have 5 words for you, and that's Maximus the Great King Denson. Okay? That's it.
How long do you take counting that out?
While you were talking, I was counting. But I'm just telling you, this guy is Geppetto, and he has the weapons. And when you have an Ace Theus and Trenton Yancey and Zach Turner, who I think sometimes is forgotten about in this wide receiver room, and how big time he is in the plays that this kid is capable of making. It's players like that that really support this young quarterback that makes him look so good. But I think the one thing that really kind of changed the dynamic of this game was the way that Robert Singleton ran tonight.
Yes.
I think that
he was very tough.
He gave them that added confidence to go on the ground, but also put it in the air when they needed it, and made the DeSoto Eagles just honor the play action. And when you have a team that you have to make sure the eyes are on the running back and you're not just keyed in on the guys on the outside, that really does change the dynamic, and it really does change the way that offensive coordinator calls plays.
When it's all said and done, it is a 48-28 win for the Duncanville Panthers. 7 Max Denson touchdown passes leading the way as he throws for 350 yards and those 7 scores to lead Duncanville to 3-1 on the year. For our entire Friday Night Football crew, our director Clay Marshall, our photographers Graham Rayner and Cody Pryor, our digital coordinators Jay Wallace, and in his last night as a WFAA employee, Zach Giannis. Appreciate you pulling all the triggers back in-house. For Heckma Harrison alongside, I'm Mike Leslie. Thanks so much for joining us tonight on Friday Night Football. A terrific performance from the Duncanville Panthers, but Sarad Baker with the highlight of the night. This catch deserves to be on SportsCenter tonight. but it's Duncanville that gets the win on their home field. Good night, everybody.